Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera, rahayu, and greeting to all of us. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Putri Arianti, and I will be the master of the ceremony today. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend my warm welcome to the excellencies, all of the participants, ladies and gentlemen, for giving your honored presence to this International NGO Forum, co-designing sustainable, just, and smart urban living through Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies Education, Civic Engagement, and Policy Advocacy, which organized by Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, LIPI, Universitas Hindu Indonesia, and supported by Directorate Generals of Development Regions, Ministry of Home Affairs, and Ford Foundation, which is held at Hindu University of Indonesia. Before we get started, I'd like to go over a few rules so you know how to participate in today's events. First of all, participants who have registered are expected to join in the Zoom room by writing your full name. When joining, all of the participants are expected to mute the microphone until the participant is allowed to ask questions or opinions and unmute the microphone. When this event starts, the host will turn off the participant microphone and only give access to unmute the microphone to the moderator and speakers. Participants can ask questions by submitting questions directly and or writing in the chat column. Then our team will forward the questions to the moderator to be answered by the relevant speakers. Participants who join through live streaming YouTube channel can also submit questions via the chat column. Link for attendance list and e-certificate will be sent to all of the participants 20 minutes before this forum ends via the Zoom chat room. E-certificate will be sent to all of the participants' email after filling in the attendance list with the correct data. Make sure your name, title, and email are correct. Participants are strictly prohibited from distributing the attendance list link to outside parties who are not participants in the webinar activity. Dear Excellencies and all of the participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time out of the day to attend this forum. We know all of you had your own working schedule, but surprisingly, there are numerous participants here joining in this session in the middle of hustle and bustle. It is an honor to me to introduce and welcome the guests from Indonesian Institute of Sciences, LIPI, Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, and Ford Foundation. Before we are moving on to the main agenda, let me explain the agenda schedule of this event. The first agenda is the welcome speech that will be delivered by Mr. Professor Dr. Phil Iketut Ardana as the chairman of Yayasan Pendidikan Widya Kerti. The second agenda is the opening remarks by Dr. Zainal. The first agenda is the welcome speech that will be delivered by Mr. Professor Dr. Philosophy Ketut Ardana as the chairman of Yayasan Pendidikan Widya Kerti and Mr. Professor Dr. Almakin as director of Islamic State University Sunan Kalijaga. The second agenda is the opening remarks by Dr. Zainal Abidin Bagir as the director of Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies. The next agenda, we will take a look at the video snippet and listen to the introductory remarks by Dr. Leonard Epafras from Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, Universitas Kristen Duta Wacana. The fourth agenda is the main session that will be divided to 3 sessions. And at approximately 1 o'clock, we will have a lunch break for 60 minutes until 2 o'clock. The last but not least agenda is the closing session. To begin, we will listen to a 5-minute welcome speech by Professor Dr. Philosophy Iketut Ardana as the chairman of Yayasan Pendidikan Widya Kerti. We would like to invite you to the podium to deliver the welcome speech. Mr. Ketut, the time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Namo Buddhaya. Distinguished guests, particularly to Professor Dr. Al-Makin, Director of Islamic State University, Sunan Kalijaga, Yogyakarta. Distinguished guests, the Governor of Bali or its representative, the mayors and also the agencies of the representative in Bali, and also for the international mayors agencies from the Malaysia, California, Texas, and Australia. The General Director of the Hindu Affairs of the Ministry of Religion, the Republic of Indonesia, the Chairman of the Parisada Hindu Dharma Indonesia or his representative, Dr. Zainal Abidin Bagir, the Director of the International Consortium for Religious Studies, University of Gadjah Mada, International Council on Faith and Urbanism, Mr. Andre, Grace, Nigel, and of course, Dr. Diki Sofyan. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Iketut Ardana, as the chairman of the Widya Kerti Educational Foundation, which runs the University of Hindu Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to welcome all of you in this International NGO Forum 2021 on co-designing sustainable, just, and smart urban living through its areas education, civic engagement, and policy advocacy. That will be held in Bali from 6 to 9 April 2021. So we are from the UNHI very proud that our university, Universitas Hindu Indonesia, Denpasar in Bali, has been chosen to hold this important forum where several important mayors, you can see, will engage in this international forum. Of course, I would like to thank to International Council on Faith and Urbanism, and also Ford Foundation, who has funded this international forum. This is the second forum, since we know that in 2019 that was the first international forum where it's been attended by 15 countries and also attended by 7 mayors and sub-district or agencies. So the aim of this council, of this international symposium, is together discuss and share ideas about the recent cities development, focusing on sustainable, just, and smart urban living, not only in Indonesia, but also in several parts of the world, like in the Netherlands, Malaysia, America, and also other countries. So first of all, I would like to thank you also to Dr. Diki Sofyan from the International Consortium for Religious Studies, Gadjah Mada University, and team, Dr. Leo, who strongly encouraged this idea to hold this international forum at Universitas Hindu Indonesia and Denpasar, and funded by the Ford Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, Bali is the one of and the latest Hindu mosaic in Southeast Asia, and has played a significant role in creating harmonious life and living in Indonesia. Hinduism in Indonesia is collaborative with other religions such as Islam, Christian, Catholic, Buddhist, and the like local beliefs. This is done within the context of existing socio-cultural dynamic in an ever-changing for post-modern Indonesia. Through this international Forum, we hope that we can strengthen unity and diversity. By doing this, we hope that from various papers that will be presented in this international forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we have worked hard and closely with International Consortium for Cultural Studies Gadjah Mada University and also Islamic State University Sunan Kalijaga and also the Indonesian Institute of Sciences in Jakarta. So the kind support of the Parisada Hindu Dharma Indonesia, Director of the Universitas Hindu Indonesia, International Center for Cultural Studies, and marvelous job of committee deserve a big applause for this great forum. Forgive us if there are any inconvenience during the forum, and we would like to thank you to all of the participants for their respective contribution. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Ketut, for the remarkable welcome speech. Step to the following agenda. We will listen a 5-minute welcome speech by Mr. Professor Dr. Al-Makin as Director of Islamic State University Sunan Kalijaga. Professor Dr. Al-Makin, the time is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Om Swastiastu. Selamat pagi. Namo Buddhayo. My apology because I'm still in self-isolation.
Hello, Professor Dr. Al-Makin.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we hear
Hello.
you. We hear you,
Okay.
Pak Makin.
Yeah,
So,
yes, we can
I will turn
hear
off
you.
my image because it helped me. Okay. My apology because I am still in self-isolation. I've been more than a week. I isolate myself due to this COVID that very unlucky of me and my wife. My schedule, I should go to Bali and to attend such a great event. However, due to this, I have to cancel everything, including all my schedule in my campus and also in other places. However, please allow me to express my gratitude and also my appreciation. It's quite honor to me to join this great collaboration between Hindu University and Professor Ketut already visited us in Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University, and Pak Diki also give us a very good insight on the collaboration. I'm very thankful for that, and I wish that this collaboration will bear more fruit, because recently my university also established Center for Hindu and Muslim Understanding. What I would like to highlight is that the diversity of Indonesia, particularly unique feature of Bali, will give us an example that indeed Indonesia has a very good and promising relation among ethnicities, religions, and various ideologies. And University of Hindu in Bali, Gadjah Mada University through ICRS, and then Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University will endeavor for that direction. And we wish that we welcome all partnership, all collaboration from international, from national level. But what do I wish? We all safe, stay and healthy and happy, of course. And I wish this kind of point of the party for all of us to work together to produce scholarly and also social collaboration in order to achieve unity and diversity of Indonesia. Thank you for your time, and I wish you all happy and healthy, and all of this event will be very fruitful. Thank you very much. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhayo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Al-Makin, for the remarkable welcome speech. So now we are moving on to the next agenda. We will listen to a 5-minute opening remarks by Mr. Dr. Zainal Abidin Bagir as the Director of Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies. Mr. Dr. Zainal Abidin Bagir, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to have to address all of you this morning. I am representing ICRS, the Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, and we're happy that we have managed today to start this series of events, which is taking place in Bali, but at the same time virtually participated by many participants from different parts of the world. So for those of you who are not familiar with ICRS, probably I'll give a brief explanation. So ICRS is a consortium of 3 universities, Universitas Gadjah Mada, the State Islamic University, and the Duta Wacana Christian University. And I'm happy that the rector of UIN and UKDW are present among us this morning. Professor Al-Makin just addressed you, and I understand Professor Henry Feriadi is among us, and he will also be speaking to you later. This consortium of 3 universities was established in 2006, and this year we are entering our 15th years. Which is probably not a long time for an academic program, but it is surely something. A major program of the consortium is a PhD program in interreligious studies. And in this regard, we have had students from many parts of the world. And we have had more than 50 graduates, 50 PhDs who now work in different parts of Indonesia as well as outside Indonesia in many countries, in the US, in a number of countries in Southeast Asia, in Southern America, so different parts of the world. And in many sectors, in education as well as religious organizations. But other than that, we also have conducted many research as well as public education, training, and outreach programs. And this program that we have this morning is one of it. And since 2019, this has been one of our major programs. This is a program supported by the Ford Foundation. And the major theme, the main theme, is co-designing sustainable, just, and smart urban living. So we, through this program, we engage with NGOs, with the government, doing research, as well as conducting this kind of seminars or conference to formulate this idea and also do some advocacy toward sustainable, just, and smart urban living. So this series of Bali events and today's NGO Forum is a continuation of Civic Engagement 4.0, which was held in 2019 in Solo, Central Java. It was a cooperation which involves many NGOs, CSOs, faith-based organizations, universities from Bangkok, from the US, Baylor University, as well as mayors and head of districts, disability communities, indigenous religion communities, etc. So many groups of in the academic context as well as broader contract. The plan was to hold this series of events last year, but then we know there was a great change in our world due to the pandemic, which forces us to make some adaptations. And this meeting today and in the coming 2 days, it's a form of this adaptation. That is, it's a similar program like the civic engagement, but now we have a very important context, which is the pandemic. And you will hear from many speakers today who will discuss what does it mean for our world today. Pandemic is a big problem, but it may also be an opportunity for us to rethink a better world. And this meeting is also attended by many public leaders, the mayors, the head of districts, Bupati, and a number of them actually just started their leadership last year, because in Indonesia last year we have many local elections, and a number of our participants today is the results of the last year's elections. And just the same as in 2019, we have NGOs, FBOs, and academics, developable communities, and many other communities. So I suffice my introduction here, and again, I'm happy to open the event today, this morning, and I hope the opening speeches before from Professor Ketut as well as Professor Almakin has made a good start for what is coming later today's, and hopefully we all have a good conference. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dr. Leonard Epaphras from Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, Universitas Kristen Duta Wacana. We would like to invite you to the podium to deliver the introductory remarks. Mr. Dr. Leonard, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Putri. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, and Rahayu. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Thank you for joining your program today. We are also pray to our friends in Nusa Tenggara Province that at the moment we are gathering here suffering the tropical cyclone and floods. As a community, this is a chance for us to extend our hands to help them. Welcome to the first day of the series of program on the co-designing sustainable, just, and smart urban living, which consists of a number of activities as mentioned by Dr. Zainal Abidin Bagir, a cluster of research, book publication, community engagement, and conferences such as today. This week, we will have 2 activities, NGO Forum and Mayor's Symposium. As earlier mentioned, NGO Forum and Mayor Symposium are the sequence of the Civic Engagement 4.0 held on August 2019 in Surakarta. Hence, before I continue with the overview, hereby is the video snippet of CE4 on Surakarta, 2 minutes video, and you may screen the full video more in YouTube channel of Kota Kita and ICRS. Please, the video, 2 minutes. Yeah, you can see in a quick overview that the program is gathering, a big gathering with many aspects of social society, academics, international and national-wide. And we also have a competition that's how to provide a just and multicultural urban living, including the producing the local initiative to have tumbler, very multi-purpose tumbler that can work with any water and automatically cleans up the water and to be a drinkable water. So you can see more in the video in the YouTube channel of Kota Kita and ICRS. And I will continue. You may stop the video and I may continue with my introduction. So extending from the 2019 program, NGO Forum today and Mayor Symposium in the day after tomorrow on Thursday, April 8th. Don't forget, the day after tomorrow, not tomorrow. We'll explore the experience of pandemic from different civil society representation. So beforehand, we only dealing with, it is pre-pandemic period, but now because of the pandemic, we want to learn from society representation and also interfacing it with the regional government from some regions and cities in Indonesia, and also learning from the global representations. We have here Mbak Risna, the member of UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We have Professor Norkar from ICRS, Professor Yoseng Guan from Monash University, Professor Paul Martens from Baylor University, Dr. Ilma Hidayani from Kawal COVID, Mas Anton Muhajir from Balai Bengong, Mas Gede Krishna from Rumah Intaran, Mbak Bui from the Puan Hayati, and many others. By so doing, in the end, hopefully we are together envision the post-pandemic era and might see the light at the end of the tunnel. Indeed, the metaphor light at the end of the tunnel is a double entendre. It can be a ray of hope, which is that everybody here wanting to have it, but it can be also the sign of the coming of train in the tunnel that might wipe us all. Hence, collaboration and cooperation is compulsory. We pray that pandemic is not another apocalyptic last chance for us in the earth. Through this event, hopefully we can work together and take a small step to cope with our situation together and in community. So enjoy the program, learn to gather the insight from our sessions, and stay healthy. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Leonard, for the remarkable introductory remarks. So now we are moving on to the one that we've been waiting for, that is the main session. The first session is about inclusive and accessible city and will be moderated by Dr. Nazrina Zuriani from Udayana University, who is physically present with us. Nazrina Zuriani, the time is yours.
Good morning, participants, distinguished guests for this symposium. I would like to introduce 4 speakers today, but today, as I already see, Mr. Anton Muhajir, welcome to stage. Apa kabar, Pak? Silakan kalau misalnya. I would like to also state that who is Anton Muhajir, who is coming in the stage today. He is a freelance journalist, blogger, and editor. He is also a freelance writer in mainstream media or community media, while occasionally he is engaging in media literacy and the digital right movements. Currently, he is been engaging with Balai Bengong. That's where your main institution now. It is established in June 26, 2007, so quite a while, Balai Bengong. And he is now managing a portal, also jointly by Sloka Institute and the Bali Blogger community with the support of sponsor and contributors. How are you, Pak Anton?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, it's quite a while that we haven't met. Yeah, and I would like to give Pak Anton Muhajir a time for giving the presentation, and also I see the video made for this presentation as well. Maybe we have to see the video first. So before maybe Pak Anton would like to elaborate more. So please have a seat. By the way, my name is Nazrina Zuriani. I'm currently a lecturer in Udayana University in Faculty of Social and Political Science. And I am also teaching sociology. Is there any technical problem? I cannot see the video is playing. Because the sound is not coming out, so we would like to give opportunity for Bapak Anton Muhajir to explain more, and then later we will explore, and your time is around 40 minutes. Please do and use sufficiently the time.
Check. Okay, thank you Bu Suri. Bisa dilihatin presentasinya? So I will lead my presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for ICRS for organizing this meeting and inviting us as one of the speaker for this NGO forums. Also, Bu moderator for give me time to speak about our citizen journalism movement in Indonesia, especially in Bali. As mentioned already, I'm Anton Muhajir. Basically, I'm freelance journalist. Nggak kelihatan. I'm freelance journalist, but also joined with some digital literacy movement, including Bali Bengong, is a citizen journalism website in Bali, but also with others digital rights movement in Indonesia, in the region called Southeast Asia Freedom of Expression Network, or SafeNet. It's quite a little bit different. Bali Bengong is really focusing on citizen journalism, while SafeNet's more in digital rights movement. This morning, I will share a little bit about our experience and our knowledge about citizen journalism as part of how we engage with civil society, mostly in this case is public. Okay, ini video or presentation? Can you show the presentation, please? Not the video. The slide. Okay. Okay, so this is the video, yeah? Okay, that's fine. Okay, I will start with the short introduction about Bali Bengong. So Bali Bengong is, it's actually this website. It's a citizen journalism media, mainly using website as a space to share any information about Bali from perspective of citizen. And this morning I would like to start with how we can start this citizen journalism. The reason behind this movement actually is about the elitism of media. It's actually based on my own experience as a journalist that's been worked for some mainstream media in Indonesia, and I was thinking that the journalism itself is it's elitism. It's very elite. I mean, if you don't have money, you cannot produce your own media, or if you're not a public figure, you cannot part of the media. And also in terms of how we produce the media itself, it needs some kind of capacity, kind of expertise that we think it's only for some people. But in the other hand, we see that actually everybody is a citizen, everybody is a reporter, everybody can convey the message and share their information through media. And this was of the example how is the elitism, media elitism in Indonesia. If you see the data, the landscape here is published by Debel, this one of the think tank about media internationally. We can see that in Indonesia mostly still under the big company like Kompas, of course, like FIFA, also like I think Tempo and other media as well. This happened also in Bali. Next. We can see that even the media is quite different, quite diverse now, due to the rise of digital platform, the rise of internet. We can see that there are a lot of online media also in Bali. Beside the old one like the print media, in this case like Radar Bali, Nusa Bali, Bali Post, etc. But even though it's diverse in terms of ownership, we can see that for the content itself, it's quite homogeneous. It's quite similar. For this example, we can see that the governor of Bali, they pay the media. It actually this part of advertising using the media, and they put the story ads headline, and it's happened in almost every media in Bali in the current situation. Not just the printed media or traditional media like newspaper, but also online media. So we can see that, of course, it's quite diverse in terms of the ownership, but not in the content. Oh, makasih Bu. Next. Or just ini kali. Just let it flow kali the presentation. Yeah. So I will follow the video, make it easier, I think. Can you back a little bit? Okay. And just play then. I will follow the video. And we see that ICT, the rise of ICT, internet communication and technology in Indonesia, also including in Bali, is rising. Everyone can get their mobile phone. That's why we think it's opportunity to start some things, and that's how we start our citizen journalism websites called Bali Bengong. If you in Bali, you can see that Bali Bengong is actually open space. It's egalitaire, and that's why we use this name and philosophy of Bali Bengong for the media. We have a website, but also we have social media. Website is balibengong.id, and social media, mostly in Twitter and Instagram, it's @balibengong, where we share a daily update in a lot of issue in Bali. Is it play or not? Okay. So yeah, you can see and the media, the website, and we have a lot of story from different contributors. Like this one is about the acculturation of Hindu Madura in Java. For us is very interesting because Madura is very identical with Muslim, but we can find some Hindu community from Maduranis, but they're living in Java. So it's for us is something that we consider as a good story to be published. And also we have another story in the media. Coba next, cepat. Okay, and this the data about our media. Currently we have more than 800 contributors, and we have 108 followers in Instagram with also as our daily update in social media. And last year we have more than 10 million visitors in all of our channels. And this is how we try to engage, to try to reach the voiceless or the people who not really published by the media, is by visiting them and asking them, like in this case, it's about what is the impact of the COVID-19 to rural community in the slope of Agung Mountain in Karangasem. And we can find that they have different story. They are more resilient compared to those who living in the south area of Bali, like in Kuta or in Denpasar. And also we have next. Yeah. And also we consider that it's not just enough to reach them and also provide the space. We need also to increase the capacity, the awareness of among citizens about the citizen journalism. That's why since 2010, we've been giving this training mostly in the rural area. Like in this picture was in Klungkung, in Besan village, where we train the young people about how they can understand more about the citizen, about the hawks, and also about the media. Also, we give Citizen Journalism Award. It's annual award to give appreciation for the citizen reporter who actively contributing in citizen media. Next. Okay, and the last, and what we can learn from this process is that we've been running this media for almost 14 years as an independent and non-profit, and we have 800 contributors that actively contributing their story to the media. So for us, it's kind of a lesson learned that it's very possible to run the non-profit and independent media where a citizen can actively engage with us and share their story. I think this is a good story, while the mainstream media in the current situation is collapsing one by one. There's a lot of big media in Indonesia, they're collapsing, and then they have to close their media due to the economic situation. But in another hand, we are quite confident that we can run our own media, even though it's small and non-profit. But of course, we have challenges also. First, that we think is the biggest challenge for us is that not so many official or government in Bali using social media as a tool to discuss with the public. So that's why it's quite difficult, because when they complain about certain public service, we cannot deliver the message to the government, because they're not using, let's say, like Twitter actively for like us. So it's very challenging. And also in Bali, especially, there is rise of hoax about COVID-19, and it's supported by a public figure in Bali, and it's become big issue, because when we try to tell them, we try to inform about the citizen, about the COVID, we get like resistance from them. They don't believe in what we publish, and sometimes they even attack or try to kind of trolling with us with no any scientific reason. And also we realize that digital literacy movement is very jalan sunyi, or it's quite it's something that's not really popular in Indonesia. We can see that the government, they prefer to block the media, that they prefer to arrest the people who write about the hoax, rather than giving the digital literacy. In fact, that we think it's better to educate citizen, to train a citizen about journalism, about information, rather than just doing kind of repression, then the criminalization, etc. So I think that's end of my presentation. I hope it's not more than 10 minutes. We can continue with discussion, Bu. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Anton. I would like to revise. The timing is 10 minutes for each presenter, and Pak Anton Muhajir already used sufficiently 10 minutes. So we are going to continue with other speakers, if you don't mind, Pak Anton. Yeah. The next speaker is Pak Gede Krishna. He is an architect by profession who designed and built Rumah Intaran, or Home of Pengalaman Rasa, Experience of Taste Home. The name of Rumah Intaran was inspired by various uses of the Intaran tree, both as a medicine to releasing a lot of oxygen into the wild. Bapak Gede Krishna, are you already there? Because I saw you somewhere. I'm sorry if I mentioned 40 minutes for all together the speakers. Maybe you are still there. Hello. And I continue while we are looking for Pak Gede Krishna.
Yes, I'm here.
I continue with he hopes that it can be a cure for problems that are currently or will be facing by Indonesia. Rumah Intaran actually focuses on the long-term food security and sovereignty as solution to the problem faced by Indonesian in the future. Therefore, activities such food research, socio-culture, material exploration, tree planting are mostly carried out by Pak Gede Krishna. Halo Pak Gede dengan topi. Di belakangnya ada pohon intaran. Selamat siang, selamat pagi Pak Gede menjelang siang. Apa kabar Pak Gede?
Selamat pagi. Kabar baik. Oh ya, di belakang ini pohon sawo ya.
Kita nggak dengar. mohon settingannya
Halo?
bisa dibantu supaya kita dengar, dan setelah itu saya beri waktu 10 menit Pak Gede Krisna. Audio settingnya bisa dibantu?
Halo, kedengeran ya? Halo, kedengeran?
Tadi waktu
Ya,
pembukaan
terdengar
bagus.
Pak
Bisa didengar
Tresna.
suara saya?
Mudah-mudahan bisa.
Terdengar Pak.
Oke. Oke.
Sebentar Pak Gede Krisna ya. Sabar sedikit. Di Zoom terdengar. Oke. Saya kebetulan tidak mendengar, maaf sekali. 10 menit Pak Gede Krisna, silahkan sampaikan apa saja yang sudah
It means that
ya sampaikan.
it means
Terima kasih.
that not so many people understand also about issue and also give the support for this activity. So I think that's three challenges that we facing currently during the movement, during the activity that we've been running since 2007. And that's
Kalau bisa diputar videonya dulu ya.
if you
I'm sorry about the mix up of the voice. It was Bapak Anton Muhajir voice. So Pak Gede Krisna has not yet been able to deliver the speech. Pak Gede Krisna, can you test again? Hello.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Halo.
Good. Hello. Okay, good, Pak Gede Krisna. You have 10 minutes to deliver your presentation.
Okay, can we turn on the videos that I sent to the... Nama saya Gede Kresna, saya latar belakang pendidikannya itu arsitektur. Dulu di UI, tapi tahun 2004 kita pindah ke Bali, tinggal di Denpasar, terus 2012 kita pindah ke Bali Utara ini dan mendirikan Rumah Intaran. Ya, Rumah Intaran ini sebenarnya mimpi kita dari lama banget. Kita banyak sekali melihat ketidakseimbangan di mana-mana gitu kan. Ketidakseimbangan itu ada di masyarakat, ketidakseimbangan itu ada di keluarga kita sendiri, ketidakseimbangan juga ada di diri kita sendiri. Sekarang Rumah Intaran itu apa sih dalam dua kata? Ini rumah keseimbangan sebenarnya. Rumah Intaran sendiri sebenarnya payung besar dari beberapa macam kegiatan yang ada di tempat ini. Ada studio arsitektur, yaitu namanya Rumah Intaran. Terus kemudian ada culinary lab, namanya Pengalaman Rasa. Terus kemudian ada ruang belajar di bawah, namanya Nimbas Rama. Di Nimbas Rama itu kita belajar pengetahuan-pengetahuan dan keterampilan tradisional. Karena itu tidak diberikan di kampus hari ini. Nah, terus kemudian di Pengalaman Rasa, sebagai culinary lab, kita menyeimbangkan makanan-makanan yang ada di luar hari ini yang penuh dengan produk-produk industrial dan berbagai macam zat aditif yang atau tidak diperlukan oleh tubuh kita kan gitu. Makanya ada ketentuan-ketentuan yang sangat spesifik dan detail di Pengalaman Rasa, yaitu tanpa penyedap rasa, tanpa pengawet, tanpa pewarna. Nah, untuk itulah kemudian kita melakukan pendokumentasian yang lebih detail. Mana makanan-makanan yang layak kita konsumsi dan mana cara-cara produksi petani yang layak untuk kita konsumsi. Kita cari itu semua, kita dokumentasikan, terus kemudian kita jadikan bukunya, baru kemudian kita bikin dapurnya. Ketika kita yakin dengan pangan yang sehat bisa membentuk masa depan generasi muda, maka pangan-pangan yang sehat ini harus kita budayakan dulu dalam diri kita sendiri. Gitu kan. Nah, setelah itu baru orang lain. Dan itu pun kita tidak menyebut ini sebagai sebuah pemberdayaan, enggak, sama sekali enggak. Kita ingin memperbaiki pola konsumsi kita dulu, kemudian pola konsumsi ini kita sampaikan ke masyarakat melalui media Dapur Pengalaman Rasa ini. Kita ingin mengaktifasi tumbuhnya ruang-ruang kesadaran baru di tempat-tempat lain, seperti Rumah Intaran ini.
ajakan kami adalah bagaimana kalau kita pindah ke desa untuk bertemu langsung dengan kualitas-kualitas yang ada di desa ini. Karena desa itu adalah masa depan kita, sumber penghasilan kita, tempat hidup kita.
This is the second session of the video, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Om Swastiastu, welcome to Sangnata Spice Museum.
Well, a big applause for the presentation. It's beautiful. Pak Gede Intaran, I think maybe we can wait until the question and answer session. Maybe we can go further to the third presentator, who is Bapak Professor Michael Northcote. May I see? Oh yeah, Prof. Michael already been there.
Yes, hello. Good morning, everyone.
Hello, good morning, Michael. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much. Very nice to be with you all here online. I'd like to share.
I would like to read your CV, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Michael Northcote is a professor of religion and ecology at the Indonesian Consortium of Religious Studies, Yogyakarta, and emeritus professor of ethics in the University of Edinburgh. Michael has published numerous books and papers and at the interface of ethics, ecology, politics, and religion, including a political theology of climate change, and place ecology and the sacred, the moral geography of sustainable community. He is also has an interest in ethics, religion, ecology, biotics, climate ethics, and economics and social ethics, as well as political theology. His topic today is environmental justice in Yogyakarta in the time of COVID-19. Bapak Michael, Professor Michael, you may deliver your speech in 10 minutes, and also the PowerPoint will be showing up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very nice to be with you. And I will now share my screen. I hope it's visible to everyone. So the title of my talk is Environmental Justice in Yogyakarta in the time of COVID-19, as you can see. Now, we're told that COVID-19 is the greatest public health threat to Indonesia in a generation, but mortality statistics don't support this claim, in my view. Most of Indonesia's declared COVID deaths were people of old age who died of natural causes. I did field work in Bali, and this was the case there, in my experience, I should say. And I also know that there were significant payments given for treating COVID patients and for recording COVID deaths. As for the millions of alleged COVID cases, these are based on a misused PCR test, which is not designed to detect illness. It's actually used for gene editing before this pandemic. And finally, the World Health Organization in January 2021 acknowledged the PCR test was not able to determine illness. Though unfortunately, many countries are still using and not following WHO advice, updated advice. If we look at the main causes of early, that is, dying not from natural causes in 2020 in Indonesia, the biggest were air pollution and motor vehicle accidents. Excess mortality in Indonesia from urban air pollution is around 130 annually. From motor vehicle accidents, it's just under 70,000 annually. But the serious illness from an injury from accidents, of course, is much higher, but also from air pollution. Millions of people around the world, but including here in Indonesia, are dependent on asthma inhalers because they live in areas which are highly polluted with particulates. And children in these areas have problems with lung development and actually develop smaller lungs. Indonesia is not alone, of course, in this regard. London, New York City, Milan, Madrid, Kuala Lumpur, Beijing had similar problems, though Jakarta is regionally the worst polluted city in Southeast Asia. In London, as in Javanese cities, the poorest people live next to the busiest roads and near sources of urban air pollution, such as power stations, incinerators, and factories. They also suffer the highest rates of traffic fatalities and injuries. Now, there's a common misperception that modern medicine is responsible for increases in life expectancy in the 20th century. But in reality, the main causes of the increase were improved nutrition and improvements in urban environmental health, while mass medicalization of society merely introduced new kinds of chronic illness and iatrogenic mortality. In the first half of the 20th century, reduced air and water pollution led to dramatic increases in life expectancy, combined with the cleaning up of drinking water supplies. Deaths from infectious diseases fell dramatically before the post-World War II fashion for vaccines and increased dependence on pharmaceutical drugs. So if we're to learn from these facts, and I've quoted the references, and from the increased national concern for public health around COVID-19, then it must surely be that in the future city, provincial and national authorities devote more attention to improving environmental health and social inclusion. As you just it does briefly show nutrition in the US, but this, of course, is true globally. You can see exactly the same pattern taking a little bit later in Indonesia. Now, in Javanese cities, and to a certain extent this is also true of Denpasar, the main threats to environmental health are air pollution, traffic accidents, and lack of potable water. The main sources of urban air pollution are biomass burning, rubbish burning, and motor vehicles. Traffic deaths per million are among the highest in Asia, and pedestrian deaths are equivalent to scooter deaths and among the highest in the world. The main reason for high pedestrian deaths is the lack of safe walking spaces, including proper pavements and parks, and the misuse, as you can see here, of what pavements there are, forcing people to go into the road, into the stream of scooters. Now, along with controls on sources of air pollution, such as stronger industrial and vehicle emission enforcement, tree-shaded pavements and parks are crucial to reducing urban air pollution. This, of course, is Central Park, a huge area of Manhattan, which illustrates this. Trees and green spaces are also critical to improving groundwater retention and water quality in subterranean aquifers. They're also essential to improve access of city residents for physical exercise, and in the case of pavements, for simply walking from A to B. For this presentation, I focus on just one Javanese city, Yogyakarta, to illustrate urban environmental health problems and to explore possible solutions. Now, Yogyakarta's main and city centre roads, much as in Denpasar, do have sidewalks. However, they're used for scooter parks, food vending, even growing trees. The result is that walking in Jogja is a very high-risk activity, hence the exceptionally high rate of pedestrian accidents in Indonesian cities. And you can see here that very often what happens is they build part of the pavement, then there's an obstruction, and then you're just walking on the road. I mean, this is very common all over Indonesia, unfortunately. There's no consistent, safe provision of means to walk, not in the traffic flow. And this significantly reduces what we call inclusion and accessibility in cities. Now, Yogyakarta does have a few public parks and children's play areas, but far fewer than most cities that I've lived in before. This is the only one I can find in South Jogja, an official public park. This is a play park that I came across in a northern part of Jogja, but again, these are pretty unusual children's play parks in most Javanese cities. Now, in Yogyakarta's largest urban green space, the huge treeless grass square in front of the Kraton is sadly off limits to the public. People gather on the streets around it, mainly on scooters. UGM campus is the largest accessible green space in Jogja, but it's mainly accessed by university staff and students. It's not perceived as public space by the city's residents. There are other green spaces, but they rarely include paths for walking. So, for example, there's quite a lot of sawah still inside Jogja, but it's very difficult to walk on it. And often these green spaces are actually off limits to the public, as, for example, the largest area of secondary jungle in Jogja, which actually surrounds the Suharto family property near UGM. So you see the elites benefit from green spaces, the Kraton and the Suharto family, but the poor mostly do not. This is a matter of environmental justice. The discussions about environmental justice in Jogja have mainly focused on access to water, as the Sultan is perceived to be allowing the city to be overrun with hotels and apartment complexes which drain the city's aquifers. Similarly, the Sultan is permitting building on remaining green spaces, including a riverside area not far from Urian, which was being used for informal recreational purposes and is now designated for a condominium complex. The idea of environmental justice originated in Harlem, New York, when it was discovered Black residents of New York City faced far greater health hazards from rubbish incineration, power generation, and heavily polluted roads than white residents in downtown Manhattan, Queens, and so on. The idea grew in prominence via a study organized by the United Churches of Christ, a Black-led church organization, on the siting of toxic waste dumps in neighborhoods of people of color. So, for example, in Native American reserves over in the West and in poor Black communities all along the south coast of the US. It was noted that most of these dumps were situated in neighborhoods of people of color throughout the USA. So the two greatest environmental health and justice challenges of Georgia, like other Javanese cities, is to increase accessibility of safe public walking and recreational space, and to reduce air pollution from rubbish burning and poorly regulated vehicles. Now, interestingly, COVID-19 did see a temporary rise in bicycle use in Georgia, but there was no increase in bicycle or walking infrastructure in Georgia during the pandemic. Nonetheless, the few areas of Georgia, like Malioboro on a Saturday night, that had been partially pedestrianized, are very, very popular, and people of all income levels gather in tens of thousands, actually, in the evenings to walk on in the Malioboro area because it's a free walking space. So there's strong evidence that provision of such infrastructure does improve environmental inclusion. And this is another example quite close to Malioboro, but it's a pretty small area, actually. These devices to stop motorbikes going on the pavement. As soon as you create these spaces, people get out of their cars and get off their motorbikes and start walking. Now, the urban industrial city is a phenomenon that dates from Britain's Industrial Revolution. Large-scale urban settlements of millions, along with industrial pollution of air and water, were unknown before the 19th century and led to a huge reduction in life expectancy, down to 25 years on average in the 19th century in London. The rich, of course, could commute or settle their families on country estates, and those who lived in towns normally had parkland and trees and nice landscaping around their houses, rather like the Sahato family still in Georgia today. Now, 19th century campaigners and organizers against urban squalor, including the slums and lack of green space and polluted air and water, were in the main Protestant, and they were often Presbyterian. This is true, for example, of Octavia Hill in London, who also campaigned for the first English national park and for land to be set aside for the common people to be used for recreation in what we now call the National Trust. But it's also true of the originator of the idea of New York's huge Central Park, Frederick Olmsted, who was raised Congregationalist in Hartford, Connecticut. Now, the reason I argue for this is that John Calvin, the Swiss Reformed theologian, believed that wilderness and green spaces more generally are spiritually recreational because unlike cities, which are made by fallen men, they are made by God and show still the purposes and intents of their divine creator. Now, Georgia is governed more or less by the Sultan, albeit there is a mayor's office, but the mayor's office doesn't include the whole city of Georgia, which is divided up into other areas like Sleman and Benton. So the only person with an overview of the city is the Sultan. The office of the Sultan is quasi-religious, and his governance powers over the special province are unique. The faith-based origins of the idea of environmental justice and of campaigns to improve environmental health in Western industrial cities raises the interesting issue of the possible role of Islam in promoting environmental justice in Indonesian cities, including accessibility to parks and safe walking, and recreational infrastructure such as pavements and pedestrianized streets. I'm almost done, 2 more slides. In Persian, the word for paradise is walled garden. And it is notable that early Muslim influence on medieval Christian Europe was an important origin of the idea there of gardens and parks, first in monasteries and then in medieval estate and town design. However, the most well-known Islamic gardens, for example, the Alhambra in Spain, belonged to sultans and rulers and were essentially pleasure palaces, not meant for the common people. A focus on environmental justice suggests an adaptation of this Islamic practice in cities for all classes, not just the rulers and elites. So the idea then of public green space is, I have argued elsewhere, a distinctively Christian legacy, as also the idea of civil society independent of religion or the sovereign. I suggest then in conclusion that an interreligious merger of the Islamic and Christian roots of the modern concept of parks would result a cultural turn in Jogja and arguably other cities in Indonesia, away from the continued building of private pleasure palaces, touristic hotels and gated communities, which are springing up everywhere in Jogja now, and towards a reimagining of a green city in which environmental health and public accessibility to safe green space become the priorities, rather than the demands of tourists and of the city's huge student population, and yeah, I admit, academics like me, for fast fossil-fueled movement. Thank you very much for listening, and these are my references, so I may just briefly show them.
Thank you
And
very much.
I can't help but end with a picture of a beautiful lotus pond near Ubud in Bali, just to illustrate that Bali has very different issues when it comes to green space, it seems to me, than Jogja. This talk was about cities in Java, not Bali. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Northcote. Moving on to the fourth presenter. She is Ibu Risnawati Utami. She's an activist together with her organization named OHANA, Organisasi Harapan Nusantara, advocates for human rights of persons with disabilities, for shifting understanding about disabilities to ensure that persons with disabilities are treated as full and equal members of Indonesia society. Currently, Ibu Risnawati Utami SHMSI HPM is one of the committee member of the United Nations of Convention on the Right of Persons with Disabilities, or CRPD, for 2019 and 2022. We have Ibu Risnawati for 10 minutes from now. You may deliver your presentation with the topic of disability, pandemic, and urban space. Time is yours, Ibu Risna.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and I would like to greet all of the participants, the committee, and also I would like to express that I'm honored to be here today, and I would like to share about the intersex issues on disability, pandemic, and urban space. So, first of all, my critical points of my presentations is about the statistic of persons with disabilities living in the cities and the facts of persons with disabilities during the pandemic COVID-19. And the fourth is about the critical analysis of intersecting issues on human rights, disability, public health, and urban development. And the last points that I would like to share is about the suggested recommendation that I believe that it can be implemented by the government with their policy and a commitment. And I hope that this can be adopted for the real implementation in Indonesia during the COVID-19. So my first presentation about the statistic of persons with disability is that right now we have about more than 1 billion people with disability living in the world, and which is by 2050, there will be 940 million people living in the city that live with disability. So there will be increased number by 2050. And I think this is our concern for now, for our government around the world, on how to start thinking about accessible and inclusive city, including the design and environment, and also the environmental justice that Professor Michael just said, because it will impact in our life by 2050 if we do not consider about the importance of inclusive and accessible city. And the other important aspect of the COVID pandemics I can share in the slide. And facts number 1 is persons with disability living in the city may be 4 times more likely to be injured or die than non-persons with disabilities. This is because we are not vulnerable, but because the urban health policy, planning, and practices have not considered our needs. It means the needs of persons with disability that require the universal design and accessibility in all public spaces, including public services. And at this point, it can increase our situation to face everyday emergency in the cities for persons with disability. It's because of we have a higher risk of infection. You know, in some city we acknowledge that there is a high risk of infections, and some of them have compromised immune and respiratory system, and also policy response that, for example, social distancing that can lead to life-threatening disruption in care for those that rely on home healthcare or personal assistance. I have to say that in Indonesia, in terms of personal assistant, for whom family or children with disability who require high care assistant, we need a personal assistant or someone that can help them to eat the food, to give a bath, you know. And this is very important to have a personal assistant that is completely healthy. Because one of the cases that I found in the world, actually there are many cases that has been happening about persons with disability infected COVID-19. In Brazil, we found that a woman with disability who are quadriplegic, so she got infected the virus from her personal assistant. And I think this should not happen in other country, because the importance of the personal assistant is very critical for people with disability that facing severe disabilities. And the other challenges that we are facing on behalf of disabled community is lack of access to public services and employment, physical barriers on street and transportation, and smart city technologies that are not made universally accessible. And this is a kind of fact that we are facing. I would like to refer of what Professor Michael told about Malioboro. That's the only public space and also open space that real accessible in Yogyakarta, because we cannot get around easily in Malioboro. It's for all persons with disability can get around there, but when it comes to public service and other street and transportation in Yogyakarta, it's hardly to be accessed because of not accessible for even for older people and even for other vulnerable groups like children and women. It's not universally accessible. And I believe that in Malioboro will be more progress development in terms of accessibility that can be replicated in other districts in Yogyakarta or in Indonesia. And now we are talking about the critical analysis of intersecting issues. As I said earlier, that I would like to address diversity of issues, which is about disability, human rights, urban development, and public health. When we talk about accessibility, we talk about human rights. So accessibility is actually part of the Article 9 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, that also regulated in the law number 8, 2016. And again, it's also regulated by the Ministry of Public Works in Indonesia. It's about the standard of universal design and also the public environment for all people, including people with disability. So I'm talking about the policy in Indonesia that actually has been existing since 1998 in Indonesia about urban development and universal design. But I see that there are lacking of implementation and law enforcement in Indonesia when it comes to urban development and accessibility. And the other is about how the government adopt this policy and enforcement in terms of urban health equity. I have to say that the pandemic COVID-19 is related to the public health issue and urban health equity that also been raised by the United Nations, confronting that all common medical model. All of the government policy are adopted the medical model of disability, which defines people as a disabled due to their impairment or differences. But again, if we wanted to develop or to have a future accessible and inclusive environment, we have to moving forward into the more accessible and inclusive urban health equity in cities that use the human rights-based approach, or also the social model of disability, because human rights-based approach and social model on disability is having a similar concept on how to adopt the concept of disability, human rights, and also environment. So what is the social model of disability? The social model of disability views impairments as limitations of public policy, not the people. For example, in urban health planning, a street intersection without a curb cut that limit a person in a wheelchair from crossing is a limitation and a failure of urban design policy and planning, not the persons. So we have to remind that. And in the low-income countries around the world, there is 50 to 75% of the urban population lives in slums or informal settlement. The difficulties of social distancing for those with a disability should not be viewed as an individual challenge, but rather a failure of land use, shelter, and infrastructure planning. And I think this is a critical point of what I call intersecting issues that we need to consider of our future environment in Indonesia and around the world, how to look at the people, or also look at the environment, not just look at the people. That's what I mean. And why we create the suggested recommendation in the next slides, because this recommendation, actually, I would like to quote from the research of my colleague that as a teaching professor at the University of Berkeley, California, that's part of our partner and also organization partner in Indonesia, also the global network, what we call DIUT, Disability Inclusive and Accessible Urban Development, a global network. These recommendations supposed to be implied, or it can be adopted around the world, including in Indonesia. So that's why my recommendations are based on the research, also are grounded in the international law. And one of these international law that I listed in my slide presentation is about the standard rules of equalization of opportunity for persons with disabilities, which is one of the UN resolution on accessibility and physical environment and non-physical environments such as information and communications to ensure equalization of opportunities. And it relates to Article 25 of the CRPD. And it's very important to understand that the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability already adopted by the Indonesian government since 2011. And now we have Law number 8, 2016, that adopted Article 25 in our national law on health. And I think this is very important to understand that part of the health rights or rights to health is, again, people with disability has rights to attain the highest standard of health and healthcare without discrimination. But we see that during the pandemic, persons with disability face a lot of discrimination, multiple discrimination toward employment, social protection. And that's why we feel that community of persons with disability left behind in this situation, and this unpredicted situation, I would say. And because we are being ignored by so many stakeholders, government entities, on how to include us in on how to develop new smart and new and smart city technology and other urban design, because they are lacking to have participation in involvement of people with disability in their representative organization. So that relates to my recommendation that about accessible information access. Why? Because we have diverse type of information access that we need to create in our city. So as we see in many cities around the world, if the government have the press conference or public service announcement, they used to have sign language interpretation. They have real-time captioning. And we see that even the president, the #1 leader in the country, they always have sign language interpretation next to him or her. And I don't see this happening in Indonesia at all. That's why people with disability, especially deaf community, they don't know how to update the COVID-19, how they can mitigate to respond to COVID-19. And if you hear the late issues that has been happening in the deaf community in Indonesia, about 7 to 10 people committed suicide because of the pandemic. They don't have any access to information. They don't have any people to talk about, and it's very lacking of information access on COVID-19, at least about mental health issue, really influence the disabled community. And as I mentioned in this slide, there are many type of information and communication that can be audio, braille, easy read, understand formats. This is for people with intellectual disability. And we know that they are exist in this country. And I hope that we can try to do our best, even us as the civil society organization or the government to reach information for all community in Indonesia. And the second is about inclusive decision making. This is also part of the recommendation or suggested recommendation for inclusive and accessible cities in response to COVID-19. When it comes to participation in the development and policy, people with disability and their representative organization should be at the center of the program and policy decision and implementations. Also, I remind the government stakeholder that Indonesia ratified the convention. That means all of you should apply this policy to all of your planning, budgeting, and also implementation. Why? Because the government has a state obligation to include persons with disability in all decision-making of the development. Also to adopt the universal design and access that already regulated by the Ministry of Public Works of Indonesia, and also try to create inclusive meeting. I also appreciate for this webinar that provide the sign language interpretation, so people with disability, especially the deaf community, can access or also participate in this webinar. So I really appreciate for this seminar, and also for the UGM and the partner organization that host this meeting, because that's part of the good start for us to include people with disability in our consultation and meetings. And the other thing is the importance of government and local authorities to establish pandemic response task force that also include people with disabilities. And I think they have a lived experience to provide you the concrete recommendation and also universal design and accessibility that can provide them the needs in terms of risk reduction responses and also the mitigation of the COVID-19 pandemic. And my other suggested recommendation is about accessibility through continuity of care and social support. I think this recommendation is part of the recommendation that already applied by the middle income countries, and they already have social protection program where the country can provide healthcare and personal assistance. But again, in Indonesia, this is still pretty much challenging for people with disability to have personal assistance and healthcare, even in their home or even in school. For example, if they have to participate in online schooling, it's also difficult. And I'm sure that people with disability, especially children, they have to adjust so many things on how can be participate fully in their online classes. And in the middle income country where the independent living center and development disability are, they provided, basically the country provided independent living center for development disability for people with intellectual disability so they can live independently. But again, in Indonesia, we more and more people with disability are institutionalized, which is they are living in panti rehabilitasi. I call it panti rehabilitasi, but institutionalization right now is quite a dangerous place to stay with, because so many people are there. People with disability are living together, and if you hear about the news in Jakarta, there are numbers of people with disability, which is people with psychosocial disability, get infected the coronavirus. And it's because of too many people are living there. About 300 people are living in the same institutionalization in Jakarta. And I think this is one of the warning for the government on how to create more independent living center for people with disability, or I would say public housing that can be provided by the government, so they are not living in the institution anymore. And this recommendation actually related to the United Nations Article 19 of independent living and to be included in the community. This is also related to the urban development on how to develop public housing so it can support people with disability to be independent in their life. And we have been promoting within the UNCRPD committee in Geneva, we are trying to promote independent living around the world, and we will have especially in Asia Pacific region, we will host a consultation meeting about how important about the independent living and how to promote the institutionalization for people with disability, their families, government, and other stakeholders. And I think this is also a suggested recommendation that related to the inclusive and accessible city. After we get him or her or persons with disability that they basically wants to live independent, they will have more economic support. because we know that independent is also related on how to become more financially independent. But in this pandemic situation, of course, the economic situation are extremely affected by the pandemic. And most of them are lost their job, according to the research of the consortium of the Organization of Persons with Disability in Indonesia. And they also very limited to have access on social protection programs. I compare about the economic hardships that also facing by persons with disability in the UK. They also face the same thing. They have to also spend more money than everybody than in the city, especially they have to pay the transportation, utilities, the accessible room for their apartment. And this is really extremely economic hardship that not just in the middle income country or developed country, but also in Indonesia, the developed country is also, or low income country also facing this problem about the economic hardship because of the pandemic. That's why the last slide that I would like to share about the suggested recommendation is how the government can enforce the law and regulation at this point on how to have a strict enactment of the law on persons with disability, including labor protection laws for persons with disability, and how to create the safeguard against unfair or discriminatory dismissal from work and or needed care services, and to provide reasonable accommodation and accessibility in their workplace if they still have to work, or they also can work from home. But again, the policy is also influenced on how to support the mitigation in terms of COVID-19 to be more inclusive and accessible. And lastly, that we actually can avoid the situation about the adverse health impact of persons with disability during the COVID-19 if we can avoid through more inclusive community planning, a whole of government commitment to equal access and implementations of universal design strategies in the cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Risnawati Utami, for the nice explanation about how we need more regulation and more accessible and inclusive treatment for disabled. Moving on to the question and answer, I may a little bit summarize what Mr. Muhajir argues, that the journalism in Bali is not diverse in content. That is the reason for Bali Bengong channeling the website, social media, to raise voice of marginalized people, such as LGBT, people of remote areas. And for Mr. Krishna, as an architect who built up balancing house or studio of Intaran, made up culinary lab for healthy meals, where is no MSG, no additive, and built up also the Sangnata, the museum for spices that making village is livable and healthy. Professor Northcote compares many environmental aspects all over the world, but focuses particularly in Yogyakarta, where pollution, poor sidewalks, few public parks, so as no drinking water treatment was needed. He argues that people are religious belief and faith need public green space. And the last presenter is Ms. Risnawati Utami, who advocates equal access for those persons with disabilities who are prone to illness and even life-threatening illness and need family assistance personally. They have not yet have accessible urban city facilities. And in Yogyakarta as well, they need more access to urban development and public health grounded to the international laws that are inclusive. She also argues that the decision maker must, with wide open information access for the COVID pandemic task force, and also providing more social and personal assistance and less stigmatized for those disabled. So we have around 20 minutes, less a little bit, to have a question and answer. And I would like to the participants who are going to question the presenter, please give the name of the presenter that is going to be asked, and also raise the hand so that I can call names if you don't mind. There are three person can ask questions in the beginning. Hello. Diane Butler. Okay. Hello, Diane. How are you? Can you just say briefly what is the questions? We do have a limited time. Please, Diane. Oke, I just read. Izinkan saya bertanya kepada Pak Gede Krisna, cara rumah intaran dapat menjadi, ya saya baca. Oke. Dapat mengadakan kegiatan edukatif bagi anak muda di tengah pembatasan pandemi. How the way that rumah intaran can carry out education activities for youth in the midst of pandemic related limitation. So that's the question from Diane Butler from Dharma Nature Time. Maybe Pak Gede Krisna is available and can answer the question from Ibu Dayana. So we wait for Pak Gede Krisna. Halo, Pak Gede Krisna. Offline. Okay. Ibu Dayana, maybe the signal and the coverage of the internet over there in Buleleng areas is limited. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you, Ibu Dayana. So maybe next questions. So far, so good. Ada satu lagi. Ibu Ida Ayu Komang Arniati. Is Ibu Ida Ayu Komang Arniati available? Are you available here, Ibu Ida Ayu Komang Arniati? You may say your questions. There is one new message. Can go further down. Okay, there is a question, Michael. Professor Michael Northcote, there is one question for you. How does the use of green space impact on community well-being? And this question is delivered by, maybe I cannot see the name. Prof. Northcote, can you just answer the question?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, thank you.
There's a great deal of evidence on the relationship between the availability of green space, nature, access to beaches and wilderness, and community well-being. There has been reference to suicides during the COVID-19 pandemic. I know of people who killed themselves from the fear in the media and from the fact that they were not allowed to go outside or let alone into wilderness. People were being chased off beaches, even in Bali, when I was there in March and April, and I saw even social conflict. It had nothing to do with the illness of COVID-19. It was the regulations and the way they were applied. These regulations have killed businesses. They've destroyed the mental health of, I think, at least 1 billion people. They've led to mass hunger in some countries. And I heard stories even in Bali, and I'm hearing stories in the south, not in the city, but in the rural areas south of Georgia, of serious deprivation resulting from the regulations. One of the speakers spoke about the COVID-19 hoax, as if we have to police people, police their thoughts. The media and even academics have flooded the airwaves with fear messaging about a virus which did not significantly change mortality rates globally last year. But to come back to the question, what we do know is that social isolation and lack of access to nature, to the outdoors, to sunlight, to trees, to grass.
Sorry, Prof.
We know that these things harm community well-being, and we have many empirical studies now in health studies which show that if people can see trees, walk among trees, they feel better, they feel happier. And this is also true of walking on beaches near running water like rivers, which is why many cities around the world have turned their rivers into parklands rather than using them for private space, for private individuals. And beaches the same. These should be public places. They should be accessible to all. Now, Bali, to take Bali as one example, does have some good instances of accessible beach infrastructure. There's some very fine accessible paths along the beach, for example, in the Sanur area that I happen to know well. So this can be done in Indonesia. It's not only about resources. As our colleague Wisna said, it's also about focus on inclusivity. It's about focus on giving access to the most vulnerable. And I would suggest that in terms of including them and providing well-being, what we need to do now is to stop the fear messaging and let everybody get outside again and enjoy the world God created. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Northcote, for the answer. So that Professor Northcote suggests that this is about all resources that is managed in the balanced way. Is there any more one question so far? Yes, I can see. From Dwi Utami, Puan Hayati. I am very interested in all presentation, especially in Pak Gede Krishna's presentation. How about the funding of the activities in that museum? Is that just enough from commercial way, or is there any specific founder to fund the activity? I hope that Pak Krishna is still around. because Ibu Diana Butler as well deliver a question to him. Pak Gede Krishna. We are totally self-funding. That's what Pak Krishna responds through Ibu Ida. So it's really a self-funded institution, Rumah Intaran. It's really great. Yeah. I would love to come to Rumah Intaran one day. Is there any more questions?
Belum aku belum. Ini belum ya? Belum. Iya bukan. Iya. Kenapa takut? Kenapa nih? Enggak bisa kok bikin.
I'm sorry. Okay, is there any more questions so far? The question from Ibu Diana Butler is not yet Pak Krishna's answer, I think, about the young generation that is that can be educated in the Rumah Intaran. Is there any answer from him? Yeah, Ibu Diane Butler can just wait for a while because we are looking for the answer from Pak Gede Krishna. Not yet. As far as I can see, that the young generations are really get involved in this particular project because the videos show off the more teenagers and young generation participating in these activities. For Mbak Risna, there is another one from Diki. For Mbak Risna, I was wondering whether or not the people of disability has also pushed for a more inclusive and accessible houses of worship. Okay. And how has the agenda been going so far? Ibu Risnawati Utami, maybe you can answer this question, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Diki, for the question. So, actually, there is a good update about the worship and accessibility in terms of accessibility provided for people with disability. So now we in Yogyakarta, now people are more open to build more mosque that has accessibility design in the mosque. And we found that there are several mosques that already built in terms of accessibility issues and the design, and this is very impressed us because the more people with disability can has freedoms to religion, especially to pray in the mosque and also to involve in the activity. But again, we also recognize the health protocol in the mosque. So just now, my colleague built a brand new mosque in Yogyakarta, and he will train their staffing and people that can support people with disability to pray in the mosque, which is on Thursday. And I think it's perfect timing that you asked that question. And in Yogyakarta, basically the accessibility in the worships or in the mosque or in the church, I think it's getting better. But not in Bali. Again, because it's we're still facing challenging in Bali in terms of freedom of religion for person with disability to pray in pura or the temple. And this is because of the stigma and discrimination that it's still folding so thickly, you know, so very thick. And I think this is quite I think it's quite challenging for even the government, community leader, and also organization of persons with disability to address this situation, because a lot of my friends that are Balinese, they still cannot go in the temple to pray, especially who are they, whom that are using the wheelchair. I'm sorry. I think this is part of the issue that we've been facing since 2014 until now. So there is no accessibility figure that being advocated in the temple so far. But in Borobudur, I think now it's having more accessibility figure, and I was there to do the accessibility audit, and we can see the temple, even though not in the top of the temple, but at least we can get closer to the temple, and people with disability who are Buddhist, they still can exercise to, as to have a freedom of religion, especially to pray in the temple in Borobudur. But again, in Bali, it's still a lot of challenges in terms of accessibility in Pura. But if we take a look at the law number 8, 2016 on persons with disability, and also the local regulation, or what we call Perda, Peraturan Daerah in Bali, we also require the law to build accessibility in all worships. For example, the temple or the mosque. So this is kind of state obligation that we need to enforce on the ground. And I think a good progress in Yogyakarta, but not in the different part of Indonesia. I hope I can answer your questions. Thank you.
I think there is a question for Bapak Anton Muhajir as well. Regarding citizen journalism, what have been some of the hurdles in the getting it going? So maybe it's time for you to answer. The hurdles is the handicap or problems arisen. No, hurdles itu lebih masalah problems. So maybe it's time for you, Pak Anton.
Thank you, Bu. Siapa yang nanya?
Bu Ines. Panggilan saya Bu Ines.
Bu Ines, enggak. Yang bertanya, Bu?
Oh, itu dari Budayan. Andre ya. Andre.
Okay, from the, okay. So
thank you, Andre.
Regarding the heartless, this is like the challenging. Okay, that we're facing through the citizen journalism movement. First of all, as I said already, there's not so many support from this kind of digital literacy compared to different movement who are very tangible. Let's say like people with disabilities, or supporting the poor by giving the food. It's very tangible activities. So people, it's really easy to recognize what have been doing with that activity. But if you do the digital literacy, citizen journalism, it's very intangible because the level of the support of the level of activities mostly in the awareness, something that we cannot see in concrete, and also it's about the knowledge. That's why it's not really popular among us that to give the digital literacy, including the citizen journalism. But we already realized that it doesn't matter for us. What we can do is consistently doing this, providing this media and giving the training to the rural area, people in the rural area. I think that's the thing that we can always doing for answer that challenge or heartless. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Muhajir. So the answer for Pak Andre is that taking more people to participate in the journalism. And for Ibu Dayan Butler, there is a question, the answer from Pak Gede Krishna. He said that formally we are stopped now, but still run the activities in limited number, maximum 40% persons. I mean, maybe he means that the young people who are going to come is limited to 40 persons. And previously, that's what Pak Gede Krishna said, we are invited by more than 100 students each universities, Indonesia and also overseas. So that the answer for Ibu Dayan Butler from Pak Gede Krishna. Do we have time for, the time is already finished, and I think I already mentioned the review of the fourth presenter of this session. And the question is already being answered by the presenters. So we are going to give this time to the Master of Ceremony. And I personally would like to thank you, Bapak Anton Muhajir, who is coming here with me, with us. And also thank you for the committee and the whole participant in this morning session. So we are going to give the time to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nazrina Zuriani and Pak Anton Muhajir, and for all of the speakers. Before we continue to the second session, we are very sorry for the inconvenience because of some technical issues. Next, I would like to congratulate ICRS because this event is a series to celebrate the 15th year of ICRS. Let's give a big round of applause for ICRS. Moving on, we would like to inform to all of the participants that we still have one event, Major Symposium, which will be held on Thursday, April 8th, 2021. Step to the next agenda. We are continuing our meeting to the next agenda. There is the second session about urban sustainability and will be moderated by Dr. Yu Sengguan from Monash University, Kuala Lumpur. Please welcome Dr. Yu Sengguan. The virtual floor is yours.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Diki, Pak Diki, boleh dengar ke? Okay, very good. Okay, all right. Okay, first of all, selamat pagi tuan, bapa-bapa, ibu-ibu dari Kuala Lumpur. Nama saya Yo Sengguan atau Sengguan. Okay, I'm going to try to greet in Balinese, bahasa Balinese. Hopefully you would forgive me if I pronounce wrongly. Rahadeng Sembang Saren Sami. Yeah, she's basically good morning to everybody. It's good to see familiar faces from Solo 2019. I was there. It's also good to see new faces and new names, because then I can see that the hopes, our aspirations from 2019 is growing and spreading. I'm not sure whether it was said, but I think that the roots or the seeds, actually the seeds of Solo and now Bali was actually sown in Yogyakarta in 2017. There was a workshop by many people who are in this panel, not in this panel, sorry, in this conference. Pak Diki, I can see here, was one of them. And we came out with a book. I think the book will be shared at some point. It's already written and launched at some point. That book will tell us how some of us dreamers began to dream about a platform for linking together different civic engagements from different countries in ASEAN and beyond. Okay, so this is like part 3 of a dream that started in 2017. Okay, so I've done my greetings. So I'm going to read a statement about this panel. It's taken from a book that has just been released. It's called Cities in the 21st Century, edited by a person called Aurel Nello Renata Mele. In the mid-20th century, many architects and planners wondered if cities could survive. In the early 21st century, we see that cities have not only survived, but have grown as never before. Cities today are engines of production and trade, forges of scientific and technological innovation, and crucibles of social change. Urbanization is a major driver of change in contemporary societies. It is a process that involves acute social inequalities and serious environmental problems, but also offers opportunities to move towards a future of greater prosperity, environmental sustainability, and social justice. So to help us think about the truth or untruth of these claims from this book, we have 5 very distinguished panelists, and I will introduce them all together. I believe everybody is on Zoom, right? So yeah, I can do that. I can do it all together. Yeah. So I'm very honored and I'm privileged to be part of this panel, although I won't be actually presenting. I'm just moderating this session. First off is Henry Friadi. Henry Friadi is a rector of Universitas Christian Duta Wacana, or in English, Duta Wacana Christian University, based in Yogyakarta. Henry Friadi is also an associate professor at the Faculty of Architecture and Design. He works on tropical architecture, sustainable architecture, green building, natural ventilation, and energy efficiency in building. Next in line is Dr. Diane Butler. She is an associate professor. Yes, hi there. Hi, Diane. Associate professor at Udayana University in Bali. She is a movement artist, teacher, and program director who has collaborated with artists from diverse cultures and faiths in the Americas, Europe, and Asia for 25 years. She co-initiated with Suprapto Suryodamo an international cooperative foundation called Dharma Nature Time, and I googled Dharma Nature Time, and it says here the name Dharma Nature Time is inspired by the awareness that the Dharma, truth, of nature time is uniquely reflected in the diversity of cultural environments of the earth. Very interesting proposition. Yes, we move on. All right, number 3 is Andre van Eimeren. I hope I didn't mangle your name too much. Is Andre here? Yeah. He is the managing director at the Center for Building Better Communities, an experienced consultant, trainer, and practitioner in community building. For the past 20 years, he has worked with different communities around Australia, predominantly in lower social economic areas. Next, number 4, is Irma Hidayana. Irma Hidayana is co-founder and co-leader of Lapor COVID-19, or COVID, okay, in English would be Lapor COVID-19. It is an Indonesian citizens coalition initiated by individuals concerned with public health issues, especially regarding the current COVID-19 pandemic. This movement was formed just back in March 2020, when the first cases of COVID-19 emerged and were identified in Indonesia. And number 5, okay, I hope I got this right. Cho, right? Cho Unisha Nor Syed. Is a researcher at the Research Center for Regional Resources, Indonesia Institute of Sciences, LIPI. Okay, She has a master's from Erasmus University in Rotterdam. The master's is in the Masters of Science in Urban Management and Development Studies. And her research is in development issues and especially topics like sustainable cities, smart cities, climate change, and its impact on the environment. Okay, so I've done the introduction, and let me check whether the videos are still working at this stage, or do they have to speak directly now? May I get some instructions on that? Oh, so we're going to go through videos. Okay. So just so the videos have been pre-prepared by our speakers. They're supposed to last for 10 minutes, and then we go all together all at once, right? So there'll be 10 minutes times 5, 50 minutes, and then we will open up for Q&A, and we follow this procedure as before. You can either type your questions in chat or post them in Q&A, and I will collect them and assign them to the speakers. So please, it would be good if you could identify yourself, who you are first, and where you're from, which part of the planet you are from, and to which speaker you want to address your question to. Okay, with that, let's start with Associate Professor Henry Priadi. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. It is my honor and pleasure to present at this NGO Forum. I will present on the designing sustainable cities. My name is Henry Feriadi. I come from Universitas Kristen Duta Wacana, one of the founding 3 universities of ICRS. I will focus my talk on the sustainability issues, opportunities, and challenges of the urban living in Indonesia. There are many ideas and definitions of the sustainable cities. Here I just quote one of it. It's from Brundtland, which sometimes we call it Brundtland report. That's defined that sustainable cities should meet the needs of the present without sacrificing the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. It doesn't mean that sustainability is self-sufficiency. Although cities can optimize their resource use, increase their efficiency, and minimize waste, they can never become fully self-sufficient. The cities need the surrounding areas, the urban need rural, and also the cities need other cities to support their lives and their operations. As suggested by United Nations, there are 4 pillars of the sustainable cities. They are social developments, economic developments, environmental management, and urban governance. In these presentations, I will discuss briefly only 2 pillars that are social developments and challenges, and also the environmental management and the challenges. In my opinions, many big cities in Indonesia are facing 3 current important social challenges. They are overpopulated urban areas. The secondly is urban sprawl versus urban density, and the thirdly, urban poverty pockets. So I will try to explain one by one. In terms of the urban populations, we believe that now the number of populations in the urban area is exceeding the people living in the rural area. In Indonesia, it is believed that urban population consists of 54%. So more than 50% of the population now is living in the urban area. So the urban area require, the urban population require the place to live, and also they are now become expanding because of they need more area to live. The example of the urban sprawl is happened in Jakarta and the surrounding area. You can see in these pictures and this map that the red dot, it represents the built-up area. It doesn't mean the residence. It's include residential area, working area, and so on. You can notice here in 1972, the dot is focused only on the northern part of Jakarta, but after 40 years, it's already exploded everywhere. And we call it this is urban sprawl. Not only urban sprawl that we are facing, but also the urban segregations. This segregation is not only physical segregation, as you notice here in these pictures, between the high-rise apartment and the slum area, but also it represents also social segregation because if there is a prosperity gap between the rich and the poor in the urban area. The informal settlements is always part of the cities. Yeah, it doesn't mean that always bad. We still need the informal workers who are living in this kind of conditions to support the operation of the life of the city. One of the good examples of the Kampung Improvement Program is presented here by the projects of Kampung Code in Yogyakarta. It was designed and supported by late Father Mangunwijaya in 1990s. In this case, they don't advocate or they don't erase the informal settlement, but they try to improve from inside. They involve, they require the community to self-help, to build and to improve the living conditions. And it is proven that this kind of initiative is a very good one. It awarded Aga Khan Award for Architectures in 1992. By doing this, the kampung become more habitable and also more human. Now in 2019, I took this in 2 years ago. I see this. You can see this picture is more colorful. Young people sometimes say that this is the iconic kampung. Is Instagrammable. Yeah, the community can live happily and improve their own lives. The idea to use the local wisdom and the community or the communal spirit to improve kampung into better living conditions are taken by some younger architects. Yeah, you can see here the idea of the kampung vertical for Kampung Bukit Duri and Taman Sari in Bandung. The idea of this Kampung Improvement Program is to increase the density of the residential area by building up the medium-rise housing, and then use the ground floor as the communal space, as the public space. It will create the communal space for the community, and also connected with the corridor. The corridor is wide enough to do some social interactions. I think this is very interesting concept that we can adopt in the future for the Kampung Improvement Program in many places in Indonesia. So now we focus on the environmental challenges. In my opinion, we are facing right now the 3 issues here, which are urban environmental limit, climate change, and natural disaster. Besides natural disasters such as earthquake, we need to aware that some cities in Java are facing a huge problem, a silent problems that are sinking of the northern Java coastal seas. The cities like Jakarta, and then Pekalongan, and then Semarang are sinking. Some of the idea to solve the problems can be simple, such as a plant mangrove to decrease the rate of abrasions in the northern part on the coastal cities, and up to the more ambitious idea such as the building up the giant seawall and also the reclamations to save sinking Jakarta. These are huge projects. The idea is to build the giant seawalls. It stretched 34 kilometers to protect Jakarta from sinking. So we come to the last of my presentations. If we want to talk about designing sustainable cities, we need to be aware, and we need to focus and to do the three steps that I suggested here. The first is we need to really understand and mapping the current and urgent urban problems. There are huge and many urban problems, but we need to do the mapping. And the secondly is to designing based on the priorities and the resolving impact of the solutions, or the resolving impact of the plan that we want to carry out in the futures. So we need to switch the mode. Right now we need to survive the city, and then we need to strengthen the city, and last we can sustain the city. The sustainable city cannot be achieved without we surviving from the current pressing important problems. So lastly, we need to we believe in social co-transformations. We need to do the transformations. It's not only for the people, but for the planet and also for the profit. So sometimes we call it 3P. Lastly, I believe that God creates beautiful nature to sustain our life in collaborative and unique ways. This is Mount Merapi. This is the most active volcano, which is yet dangerous because it's when it erupted will endangers the people and the population. But at the same time, it also creates the fertile soil for the farmers to build to plant paddy. With this, I will end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Henry. Very clear and succinct presentation. So if you have questions, just sort of put them on a piece of paper first, all right? I think it's good to listen to all and try to join the dots, maybe, of the different presentations, okay? So without ado, we will continue on with Ibu Diane, who will talk to the topic of intangible cultural heritage, resilience, and adaptive capacity. Over to you, Ibu.
Terima kasih. Semoga videonya jalan dengan baik. And Mayor good morning from Bedulu village on Bali in Indonesia. Yang terhormat para panitia penyelenggara International NGO Forum and Mayor Symposium 2021 ini dari Indonesia, Consortium for Religious Studies, Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia, dan Universitas Hindu Indonesia. Yang terhormat para wali kota dan bupati dari berbagai provinsi Indonesia maupun luar negeri, serta anggota organisasi non-pemerintah, para seniman dan cendekiawan, dan seluruh peserta yang berbahagia. My name is Diane Butler, and I feel honored to join this international forum in my capacity as the president and co-chair founder of Dharma Nature Time, a cooperative international foundation established in 2001 with members in 8 nations that carries out activities to support interculture and cultural environments through sharing in the arts, religiosity, and nature. I've been asked to share a brief talk for this session on urban sustainability. I wish to invite everyone to consider challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic and creating proactive solutions from the view of the interconnectedness of intangible cultural heritage, resilience, and adaptive capacity. But firstly, allow me to begin by saying that here in Indonesia, as in biological megadiversity countries, it is primarily rural peoples who are the bearers and transmitters of local and traditional knowledge and cultural practices relevant for sustaining biocultural diversity, and thus the ecological, social, and economic sustainability of our planet. So if our task is to imagine how modes of living and land use can be co-designed to suit the needs and challenges of the contemporary world and future generations, we need a dialogic approach to rural-urban sustainability. The good news is that awareness of the value of intangible cultural heritage or living heritage within more and more communities since the mid-2000s has spawned many positive initiatives, inspiring involvement of younger generations in the continuing of oral traditions, performing arts, social practices, rituals, festive events, knowledges and practices concerning nature and the universe, and traditional craftsmanship. The other good news is increased evidence of the important role that intangible cultural heritage plays in boosting the resilience of social ecological systems. Resilience in this sense means that habitats, plant and animal species, and human communities can withstand changes or disturbances or shocks to their conditions and have the adaptive capacity to cope, reorganize, and renew components while maintaining functions and diversity. In this particular period of human history, the global COVID-19 pandemic health crisis has challenged the resilience of people everywhere, from the poorest to the richest. But today I would like to bring our attention to the impact of pandemic-related circumstances on the cultural and creative sectors. Physical distancing and lockdown measures have caused the cancellation of practically all face-to-face artistic activities, from training and workshops to customary traditions and festivals, to art residencies, gallery exhibits, and live events. This great pause, as it often call it, has consequences for the income stream of tradition bearers and contemporary practitioners of the arts and culture workers. Alongside that, the younger generations have limited opportunities to engage in and learn from knowledge systems, values, beliefs, and creative know-how embedded in tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Yet this great pause has also given artists time to reflect on the dynamics of this era and to register and process internal and external experiences, and to consider beneficial ways that our creativity can continue to unfold. The good news, as I mentioned in a talk 6 months ago, is that home-based, non-formal and formal education has increased intergenerational exchanges between siblings and with parents for the transmission and transformation of intangible cultural heritage practices. Creative responses by artists and culture workers, such as small-scale sustainable farming and upcycling enterprises, are proving to be alternative income sources Also, culture and education sector organizations and individual artists and scholars are offering more online activities, performances, and webinars, which have increased access to the arts and cultural heritage. Maybe some of you have heard that UNESCO held a series of open format virtual debates on the Brazilian art movement from April to October 2020, with over 1,000 artists and culture professionals from around the world sharing their stories and recommendations on how the cultural and creative sectors can survive the global pandemic crisis. So lastly, allow me to share an idea for a simple next step. The good news is that to date, the Indonesian Ministry of Education and Culture has declared over 960 sites as cultural heritage, while more than 7,000 elements of intangible cultural heritage have been registered. People and their creative artistic skills is how intangible cultural heritage or living heritage is actualized for boosting social ecological resilience and our adaptive capacity in the face of an uncertain post-pandemic future. So I encourage all of us to be proactive in encouraging artists and cultural communities to identify any new normal friendly, open air cultural heritage sites or facilities that exist in their vicinity, and to take steps for offering small scale, intergenerational culture for youth activities at cultural heritage sites to nurture creative energy and artistic practices based on the transmission and adaptation of local wisdom for today and for the future. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Terima kasih to Ibu Diane. So I think if the first one spoke about design at the sort of macro, even mega scale, we have from Diane, equally mega, but at the living intangible scope, right, of human memories across generation, not just from planners who have degrees, but people who are living archives of practices, which are, I suppose, based on her bio, in line, more in tune with nature time. Yeah. So here is a proposition from the other end, so to speak. All right. Let's move on to Andre. Okay, Andre will speak to the theme of flourishing people and flourishing spaces. Over to you, Andre.
Presuming the video's gonna play, is that right?
Yeah, let's wait a bit. I think they sorted that out. They're going to play. But are you going to speak? Or there was a video pre-recorded, right, Andre?
I did pre-record, yeah, or I can do the presentation, whichever's easiest.
Yeah, we just sit and wait. Yeah, wait for the powers that be to switch on or switch off.
Yeah, yeah. There we go. Beyond sustainability, creating flourishing urban environments. I think you'll agree the NGO world is a complicated one. Funding, KPIs, log frames, expectations of donors, the needs of local communities. It's easy to become overwhelmed and even for the most dedicated amongst us to lose focus. In this complexity, I sometimes wonder if we're working towards the wrong goals, if we've overcomplicated the space. Take, for example, the concept of sustainability. It's become an umbrella term for so much, from the environment to economics to social concerns, with success determined by economic, technological, and environmental advances, perhaps even without reference to the people we are trying to help. Somehow, as NGOs, we've got to hold all these things in tension. It almost feels like we have to be the saviors of local communities. But today I've got good news. There is a simpler way, a more human-centric approach, which leaves the doors open for all the advances we need, but does so in a way that values the ingenuity and agency of the people we are there to help. As we know, sustainability creates a link between the environment, the economy, and how we live our lives on a daily basis, or the social dimension, all in an attempt to enable people of this generation and future generations to meet their needs. However, and this is open for debate, I don't think the tension between these elements is held very well. The economy or business becomes king, and the core focus and outcome of sustainability and sustainable development can very quickly become wealth creation for individuals, and if we're lucky, a village with a rising economic tide, although this rarely happens. But is this enough, particularly in our complex urban world where NGOs scratch their collective heads and ask, how can we help people move forward in the face of extreme poverty, land injustice, and stereotypes that leave slum dwellers, refugees, and others open to prejudicial and rankist behaviour? In the midst of this, I wonder, can sustainability hold our attention long enough for us to look up from the daily grind of doing good work and truly examine the context we find ourselves in? And in that, the hopes and aspirations that are present in the lives of the people. Examining and knowing our context is key for localized and effective responses. Genuine relationships of trust need to be established with local communities. Relationships that are focused on the good things already present in the community, as opposed to the needs. NGOs, can we please stop doing the needs analysis? At best, they set us up to be the savior of the community, and at worst, they disempower and re-stigmatize communities that have shown agency and ingenuity. I realize funders want to see needs met, but at every level of the aid and development cycle, we need to challenge this thinking. This approach doesn't lead to sustainability, let alone flourishing communities. Let me see if I can illustrate the need to move towards the creation of these flourishing communities. One day, a man came to our community centre. He looked tired, worn out, beaten up, and bruised through all life had thrown at him. Over the weeks, as he kept coming back, we talked about his life, his various struggles, his trips to prison, the ups and downs. He was homeless, addicted to various substances, unemployed. I wonder what you would see when you looked at this man, how you would judge him. A man needing our help, or someone with potential skill, ability, agency that needs to be unlocked? What's the best outcome we can hope for here? So how would you apply sustainability in this instance? It might be to provide him with a house, with the food he needs, set him up in some kind of income generating work, and so on. Then as NGOs, we can say that's the end of our role, job done. But how long till he goes back to learnt behaviours, till he searches our old destructive relationships in order to find community? What if we set our sights higher? What if we said human flourishing is the outcome? What could that look like? In my view, it's a whole different quality of life. We're going beyond survival to something that is described in many of our religions, but is not determinant on them. For my friend from the community centre, it could be about helping him to create a home with all that we know that means. Working towards his flourishing and the flourishing of the community. Okay, so think about the individual in the context of their community. Flourishing is where the whole community has their basic needs met, has a sense of belonging to place and to others, has the ability to contribute and that contribution being valued, is living a life based on their core values or purpose, has the opportunity to both lament or grieve and to celebrate, has a growing sense of meaning or spirituality. And of course, this can look different in different communities, but the elements are the same. The interesting thing about flourishing is it's not a hierarchy. Each of these elements need to go from non-flourishing to flourishing. And elements like belonging may have a higher priority than, say, a basic need like housing. I'll leave you with 4 mindset changes that I think we need in order to help create flourishing communities. The first, we need to move from seeing people in need to seeing people with value, contribution, and agency. People have intrinsic value and worth, but in practice, a harder hurdle can be recognizing that everyone in the community where we work are not people in need of our help, but people who have contribution to the betterment of their situation and the ability to employ or make real that contribution, which we call agency. Secondly, we need to move from seeing deficits to seeing possibilities. What do you see when you look at your community? Do you see all the problems and the hopelessness, or do you see the industry, the possibilities, the inklings of hope? Looking at the positives does not deny the existence of the problems. However, if we're focused on the needs and the deficits, that's all we'll see. If we see the possibilities, we can be facilitators of aspiration, with the people themselves being the change that is needed. Thirdly, we need to move from seeing competition to looking for collaboration. Whilst we have a desire for collaboration, it's difficult. We often live with everyone competing for similar buckets of money. If we change our thinking to collaboration, though, we will automatically begin to explore 2 things. Firstly, what we have to give to the common pool, and secondly, the amazing gift the other person or organization is. And lastly, we need to move from seeing simple cause and effect to viewing the systems. If we see problems in our communities through a cause and effect lens, we will provide simple solutions that most often will not affect the heart of the problem. Instead, we need to see that our communities are part of a complex adaptive system, which we can map with the community if interventions are going to be effective. So where does this leave us? Change is a complex process. But if I can encourage you to begin changing what you see and how you think about what you see, the journey towards the creation of flourishing communities will have begun.
Okay, excellent, Andre. So here we have the sharing of a person who has been on the ground with hands-on experience and reflecting on the nature of quote unquote helping communities. Yeah. So we move on to Irma Hidayana, who will speak to public health in pandemic, and she will share about this initiative that started just last year called Lapo COVID-19, which translates in English as Report COVID-19. Over to you, Irma.
Dr. Guan, I have sent my recorded presentations. Maybe the committee can put it up, but I think you can just
yeah.
It is a little.
Sudah dipasang, yeah, sudah dipasang. So you want to speak, or you want us to watch the video?
Maybe just watch the video, but maybe you wanted to skip for the first 3 minutes, I guess, because it's quite long.
Okay, jadi can you instruct the
yes,
because I'm not controlling the video, somebody is controlling.
Kesehatan publik. Okay, maybe keep going. Yang ada kaitannya dengan kesehatan ibu dan anak, kemudian kesehatan 19, lalu kemudian rekomendasi. Nah, yes, oke. Nomor 36 2009. Undang-Undang wabah penyakit menular nomor 484 ya. Undang-Undang kekarantinaan kesehatan nomor 6 tahun 2018. Ini semua sudah jelas mencantumkan bahwa setiap warga negara itu mendapatkan perlindungan atas hak atas kesehatannya, dan duty barrier, siapa yang wajib melindungi, siapa yang wajib mewujudkan atau memenuhi hak atas kesehatan itu adalah pemerintah. Nah, selain itu dalam kebijakan kesehatan masyarakat itu ada yang namanya prinsip etik ya. Prinsip etiknya itu ada prinsip yang relevan dengan situasi saat ini, beneficent, non-efficient, equity, dan social justice. Jadi semua kebijakan terkait pandemi ini harusnya memberikan dampak positif, memberikan manfaat, bukan malah merugikan, bukan malah maleficent, bukan malah merugikan, tetapi harusnya memberikan dampak positif, dan pemberian akses terhadap perawatan, tes, kontak lacak dan lain sebagainya itu harus diberikan secara setara, termasuk vaksinasi ya, berkeadilan sosial. Karena untuk memenuhi rasa keadilan, jadi setiap orang itu harus mendapatkan hak yang sama, diberikan hak yang sama untuk mengakses semua fasilitas kesehatan dan manfaat kesehatan, termasuk juga tercegah atau terlindungi dari infeksi. Nah, saya ingin melihat situasi sekarang di Indonesia. Jadi dengan cara membandingkan dengan negara-negara lain. Kalau kita lihat di kolom yang paling atas ini daily new confirmed case. Jadi setiap hari kasus di Indonesia itu seperti apa. Kalau kita lihat jumlah kasusnya itu seperti apa. Kita lihat Indonesia masih di sinilah ya, urutannya masih 3 besar di situ. Tapi ini tidak bisa melihat pandemi hanya dengan pertambahan jumlah kasus setiap hari. Harus dilihat dengan angka tesnya. Jadi yang benar itu melihatnya positivity rate, rasio positif antara orang yang positif dengan jumlah orang yang dites secara PCR ya untuk sementara waktu ini. Dan kita lihat, kalau kita lihat angka rasio positifnya, ternyata Indonesia sangat rendah sekali. Ya, dengan besaran kasus, temuan kasus yang begitu banyak, ternyata kasus yang sebanyak ini hanya ditemukan dengan tingkat tes yang jumlah tes yang sangat rendah. Nah, ini yang harus dipahami. Biasanya kalau pemerintah selalu menyampaikan jangan samakan Indonesia dengan negara lain. Kita itu negara dengan berpenduduk besar. Betul sekali. Jadi makanya kalau ada kasusnya banyak, angka kasusnya banyak itu wajar karena jumlah penduduknya banyak. Nah, semestinya sebenarnya tidak seperti itu melihatnya. Kita harus melihatnya dengan membandingkan rasio tes. Jadi berapa jumlah tes yang dilakukan per 1.000 penduduk per minggu sesuai acuan WHO dan kemudian dibandingkan dengan negara lain. Angka positivity rate-nya seperti apa. Nah, belum lagi ngomongin soal jumlah orang yang meninggal akibat COVID-19. Angka rata orang yang meninggal di Indonesia itu tinggi sekali, luar biasa tingginya jika kita hitung dengan angka kasusnya. Demikian pula angka tenaga kesehatan yang meninggal akibat COVID-19 di Indonesia ini relatif jauh lebih tinggi dibandingkan negara lain. Demikian juga angka COVID kepada anak yang ada di Indonesia jika dibandingkan dengan negara-negara lain, entah kenapa Indonesia memiliki rasio infeksi pada anak yang lebih besar daripada negara lain. Nah, ini case fatality rate Indonesia ternyata mencapai juara ya kalau dibandingkan dengan beberapa negara Asia. Nah, ini adalah beberapa isu sebenarnya ya yang selama ini kita hadapi. Ada tenaga kesehatan yang sejak pertengahan Maret lalu, ya akhir Maret, 23 Maret lalu, ini yang meninggal ada lebih dari 800 orang, 863 orang. Kemudian jumlah tes COVID-19 juga masih terbatas. Kalau mau melihat hasilnya gitu ya, kalau tes di puskesmas, itu kalau mau menunggu hasil itu di beberapa lokasi di Jabodetabek itu masih agak lama gitu, 5-7 hari, ada yang 14 hari dan lain sebagainya. Nah, kemudian ada selisih angka ya, selisih angka data statistik COVID yang dipublikasikan secara nasional dibandingkan dengan tingkat provinsi dan kabupaten kota itu beberapa kali ada selisihnya, jadi angkanya tidak seragam. Beberapa waktu yang lalu kita juga mengalami krisis ya, rumah sakit penuh sekali, susah mencari rumah sakit. Kemudian ironi korupsi dana bantuan sosial. Kemudian ini sekolah sudah mau dibuka, padahal kasus penularan masih tinggi, rasio positif masih tinggi, tren angka yang meninggal masih tinggi. Kemudian kita dihadapkan juga dengan adanya vaksin mandiri. Oke, berikutnya, maaf. Oke, ini saya ingin menyinggung sedikit soal vaksinasi. Vaksinasi kita angkanya seperti ini ya, targetnya ini minimum target 180.500.000 orang sekian ya, dan hingga saat ini kita baru mencapai yang vaksin tahap pertama atau dosis pertama itu 21,74% kalau menurut data nasional, dan kemudian vaksinasi dosis kedua 10% ya. Lansia nih ya, jumlah lansia yang baru menerima satu dosis vaksin pertama ini 8%, yang sudah menerima dosis lengkap belum nyampe 2%. Jadi masih lambat ya, target untuk menyelesaikan vaksinasi dalam waktu setahun sepertinya agak sulit gitu. Apalagi beberapa waktu yang lalu Kementerian Kesehatan menyampaikan bahwa saat ini stok vaksin juga cukup terbatas. Kita lihat lagi dengan data yang seperti ini, kita lihat lagi, kita bandingkan dengan beberapa negara lainnya, lumayan ya, Indonesia cukup banyak ya, rasionya ya, berapa jumlah vaksin yang sudah dilakukan per 100 orang dibandingkan ke negara lain. Tetapi kalau kita bandingkan negara-negara ini ya, Vietnam, Thailand, Brunei, Kamboja, Myanmar, ini mereka memiliki kasus yang bisa yang rendah, terkendali gitu. Jadi sehingga memang target vaksinasinya juga mungkin rasionya tidak sebanyak kita. Gitu. Yang paling menjadi masalah adalah vaksin mandiri ya yang akan segera dilakukan. Ibaratnya seperti ini nih vaksin mandiri, ilustrasi dari change.org cukup menarik. Vaksin mandiri ini mengingatkan campaign vaksin equity yang disampaikan oleh WHO, di mana ya, pada saat itu WHO menyinggung soal negara-negara kaya yang memiliki kemampuan finansial yang lebih banyak sehingga mampu membeli vaksin dalam jumlah dosis yang banyak gitu. Kemudian WHO menegur gitu ya. Ini kita harus memastikan bahwa setiap negara ini karena pandemi dialami oleh setiap negara, jadi setiap negara harus memiliki akses terhadap vaksin yang ada. Jadi mereka yang sudah punya duit banyak ini jangan borong semua, tapi kasihlah kesempatan buat negara-negara yang lain juga. Nah, sama kalau pelaksanaan vaksin mandiri ini kan bedanya dikelola oleh swasta ya, tetapi yang procure, mendatangkan dan lain sebagainya ini kan memang tetap harus pemerintah yang melakukan, karena produsen vaksin ini jumlahnya masih memproduksi jumlah vaksin yang terbatas dan mereka hanya melayani permintaan atau pembelian dari negara. Jadi nanti yang mengorder itu adalah pemerintah, kemudian pemerintah menunjuk badan usaha gitu ya untuk menunjuk langsung badan usaha untuk mendistribusikan vaksin itu ke pengusaha-pengusaha yang sudah sign up untuk mendistribusikan vaksin, memberikan vaksin kepada karyawan, keluarganya, dan juga individu-individu yang ada dalam keluarganya. Nah, ini sebenarnya masalahnya itu ada di kesetaraan tadi, akses dan kesetaraan. Jadi kalau argumennya adalah untuk mempercepat pencapaian kekebalan kelompok, maka semakin banyak orang divaksin, maka semakin cepat kekebalan populasi ini bisa dicapai. Ini sebenarnya salah kaprah. Jadi untuk mencapai kekebalan komunitas itu tidak bisa dilakukan dengan hitung-hitungan seperti itu. Tetapi dalam masa pandemi yang di mana vaksin sangat terbatas, di mana ada kelompok rentan dan lain sebagainya, akses terhadap vaksin ini harus diberikan secara adil, secara setara kepada mereka yang jauh lebih membutuhkan, mereka yang rentan terinfeksi dulu, ini dulu yang masuk hitungan dalam 181.500.000 orang tadi, gitu. Jadi dan prioritas mereka yang rentan terinfeksi itu sudah ditentukan oleh WHO dan pemerintah pun dalam Perpres dan juga PMK Peraturan Menteri Kesehatan juga sudah menjelaskan siapa-siapa menjadi kelompok prioritas, yaitu tenaga kesehatan, lansia, masyarakat yang tinggal di daerah dengan tingkat penularan yang tinggi, pegawai publik, kemudian masyarakat luas, gitu, pelaku ekonomi dan lain sebagainya. Gitu. Tapi yang terjadi sekarang ini kan sudah berantakan ya, tidak terlalu fokus, semua orang siapapun bisa divaksin, organisasi massa boleh divaksin. Kemudian tahanan koruptor KPK juga sudah divaksin, kemudian anggota DPR dan keluarganya divaksin dan secara tertutup gitu. Padahal lansia belum selesai. Mereka boleh divaksin dan memang harus divaksin, tapi tunggu dulu, harusnya sesuai dengan aturan kelompok prioritas. Kenapa kok harus nunggu dulu? Karena nanti akan percuma kalau kelompok prioritas, kelompok yang rentan ini tidak divaksin lebih dahulu, tetapi memvaksin mereka yang bukan merupakan kelompok rentan, maka mereka yang rentan terinfeksi ini menjadi lebih rentan terinfeksi, dan kalau sudah terinfeksi, mereka sakit, parah, meninggal, jadi angka kesakitan bertambah, angka yang meninggal juga bertambah, dan anggaran pemerintah untuk memberikan perawatan COVID-19 pun konsekuensinya juga bertambah. Jadi ini sebenarnya yang disalahi dengan adanya ide vaksinasi swasta atau ya pelaksanaan vaksinasi saat ini yang terkesan siapa aja boleh divaksin deh, seniman, kemudian pelaku ekonomi, keluarga, pejabat dan lain sebagainya ya. Sebenarnya ini harusnya menjadi otokritik dan menjadi refleksi kita bersama supaya sistem pemenuhan hak atas kesehatan yang sudah dilindungi oleh berbagai instrumen internasional maupun instrumen hukum nasional itu harusnya tidak dilanggar, harusnya diikuti. Nah, dengan begitu sebenarnya kemungkinan pengendalian pandemi akan lebih bisa ditekan gitu ya, dikendalikan dengan baik. Ini ya, ini tadi sudah saya sampaikan ya. Jadi situasi-situasi yang tadi itu menyebabkan sebenarnya merefleksikan selama ini kita memiliki masalah soal transparansi data. Sebagai informasi, kita itu tidak memiliki data jumlah tes PCR per hari per kabupaten kota. Jadi yang selama ini ada yang dipublikasikan itu selalu secara nasional. Yang sudah memiliki data jumlah tes PCR per hari itu yang sudah dipublikasikan di akses terbuka itu Provinsi DKI Jakarta dan juga Jawa Barat dan juga beberapa wilayah, sedikit sekali ya, tapi fluktuatif, kadang di publish kadang tidak. Ya, jadi kita juga masih punya masalah kendala tes, kendala tracing, dan juga treatment isolasi ya. Kemudian penerapan protokol kesehatan, kemudian PSBB ya, PSBB atau lockdown-nya ini masih inkonsisten dan rasanya memang selama ini itu terlihat public health itu sepertinya dinomor duakan setelah kepentingan ekonomi ya, pertumbuhan ekonomi, kemudian politik dan lain sebagainya, baru berikutnya ada public health, padahal harusnya tidak demikian. Terakhir rekomendasi saya adalah dengan adanya situasi yang seperti ini, ya perlu apa sih sebenarnya yang harus dilakukan? Sebenarnya hanya perlu komitmen politik dari otoritas untuk mau melakukan pengendalian dan pencegahan COVID-19 ini secara serius gitu. Caranya dengan seperti apa? Ya kalau serius berarti punya komitmen untuk melindungi warganya, punya komitmen untuk memenuhi hak atas kesehatan, punya komitmen untuk percaya kepada sains. Karena ini wabah, ada ilmu epidemiologi, ilmu penyebaran penyakit infeksi ya, sudah ada banyak sekali expert yang ada di Indonesia dan dimiliki oleh Kementerian Kesehatan, dimiliki oleh pemerintah. Harusnya kita berpijak pada evidence base untuk mengendalikan dan untuk pencegahan lebih lanjut agar pandemi COVID-19 ini tidak berlarut-larut terjadi di Indonesia. Jadi gunakan data yang baik, data yang akuntabel, kemudian transparan, terbuka. Dengan begitu nanti hitungan epidemiologi, secara epidemiologinya bisa dilakukan dengan baik, dikomunikasikan dengan baik ke masyarakat, sehingga mitigasi yang harus dilakukan untuk mencegah dan mengendalikan pandemi bisa dilakukan dengan baik dan pandemi akan segera terkendali. Saya kira itu, kita lanjut diskusi. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, terima kasih Ibu Irma. So very sobering presentation about the lack of data transparency and almost like a disregard for human rights in terms of public health for the vulnerable groups in Indonesia. So I suppose this can generate a lot of discussion, not only from within this panel, but from the previous panel, right? Like Michael Norcott had certain arguments made just now. So maybe a dialogue across panels can happen later on. Okay, last but not least, we are moving away from Asia to look at sustainable cities in the Netherlands. Hopefully they are doing things better there and can give us some pointers in the future. All right, and to do that for us is Chor Unisa Nor Shahid, who will speak to the topic of sustainable cities in the Netherlands. Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this great opportunity. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Khairunnisa Nur Syahid. I am from Research Center for Regional Resources Indonesian Institute of Sciences, Jakarta. Today, on behalf of my team, the Sustainable Cities Research Team, I would like to share our research result that has done in 2018 with title Sustainable Cities in Rotterdam, Case Study Low Emission Zone Implementation. And this is our outline presentation. We will start with the introduction that presents the research background for from year 2015 to 2018. And I will continue with the research overview of sustainable cities issues in Netherlands, especially in Rotterdam. And we will see one of the cases, which is low emission zone or LEZ implementation, and how the community responds and participate in LEZ in low emission zones policy. And presentation will end by the conclusion. And this is our introduction. For the introduction, as we know that today the global world has planned to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals criteria. One of the SDGs issue is sustainable cities and community, which is on how to make cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And this point, it also related to the global warming that affect the quality of life of human environment, on how the city can make their citizens safe, resilient, and sustainable in the same time. In addition, in 2017, Aminah J. Muhammad, the Deputy Secretary of United Nations, in her speech, stated that the city is the battle arena for sustainable development. The goals will achieve or not, it's very depends on the city governance. Related to this point, since our research focus in European region, then we start looking the cities that has several criteria in SDGs point 11. And we found out that Rotterdam is one of the city that always collaborates with stakeholders, especially in developed sustainable cities. And our research started in 2015. In this year, our research focused on how the Rotterdam city government built their sustainability, perception, and implementation and develop their cities become our research focus. The research results show that the main ideas of sustainable cities is in the national level. Before joining the European Union, the Netherlands has designed the Sustainable Development Plan for its country. The Dutch Planning Development, or it called WABU in Dutch, has been made for 100 years with concern in environment. And our second year in 2016, our research focused in lesson learned from flood resilience. At that moment in Indonesia, especially Jakarta, they have some cooperation in flood management with Rotterdam city government. This is what we found out, that Rotterdam city government has excellent collaboration with various actors, not only from the local level, but also from regional, national, local, and global level in flood management. The other results that we found in this year is how they manage the sustainability and resiliency is on enhancing the local community contribution. On how do they manage the climate change risk and spread out the awareness, and what kind of action that the community can also do is important for the city government. The next year, in third year, in 2017, we conduct research about the green space management in Rotterdam. land issues become an important for Dutch government since it related to their quality of life. The government has divided into 3 main zones, which are red, blue, and green zone. The existence of red zone and green zone depends to the amount of blue zone. After land, our next research is about the air quality. So basically, why do we choose water, land, and air? Because it is related to the environmental sustainability that always thinking on
The video hanging? To Unisha, are you online?
Yeah.
So
Sorry,
just now
the
was
internet
recorded,
connection.
right? Was the pre-recorded one, correct?
Yeah.
So oh, I see you cannot control the video, right? I thought you could speak to the video. You can speak through the video rather than wait for the video to play. Or wait, we just wait for another few more seconds for the technical crew to sort out. Okay, so technical crew, the video is hanging. Okay, so technical crew, tada suara ya. Okay, I suggest like what we will do, what we did the other one. Huh?
Or
Yeah.
I just present the last.
So if there's no sound, I suggest we do what we did in the first panel. You tell the person where to move and then you speak. Boleh, Lisa?
Okay.
All right.
So, yeah. For the transportation policy, yeah, actually the Netherlands is one of the founding father of the European Union, and so basically the Netherlands is one of the European Union initiator, which earlier called European Coal and Steel Community. And at that moment, the transportation already become an issue since it's related to the European Community economic development after World War II, I mean. And the city of Rotterdam is the main gate of Europe and center of industry of economic since they have a seaport. Next. Next, please. Yeah, okay. This is a milieu zone. Milieu zone is a low emission zone, means in Dutch. And this one is a recent policy that regulated by the European Union related to the transportation. In here, the European Union regulate about the emission standard that should be used by the European Union member. Since the air quality is important for them, then European Union start to improve the air quality. low emission zones is aimed to improve the air quality in cities with Euro standard. The decision to adopt this policy is based on the Rotterdam City Government research that show there are vulnerabilities in Rotterdam community, especially the decline of life expectancy, decline to 7 years become their attention. And next, who are the target? There are 3 targets, the business sector and the individual sectors, and also the anti-cars community that, or anti-cars, the individual who have anti-cars, which were produced more than 40 years. And the area of the low emission zone implementation is mostly in several routes that have conjunction and routes that usually pass by the heavy vehicles and or individual with car who wants to go to downtown. Next. Yeah, there are 3 main policy intervention through the low emission zone policy. The first one is travel demands management. This is in how minimize the people to travel by private vehicles. And the second is transportation system management, in how to maximize their public transportation services. And the last is voluntary travel behavior change, on how they can change the community habit from using own vehicle to public transportation. And this is community participation in low emission zone. There are several ways from the Rotterdam city governments to force their citizens to participate. Next. Next, please. Yeah, there are some facts in the low emission zones implementation. The fact is, until now, the Rotterdam city government has destroyed 5,000 vehicles that were considered very polluted for the environment. And then there is a 14% of Rotterdam citizens that already changed their vehicles to LEZ criteria. However, there is also interesting part. There is a resistance from the upper middle class community who name Stichting Rotterdam Classickers. Actually, SRK is not only an interest-based community, but also as the center of resistance. Their argument is rejecting low emission zones in the city government policy because, in their opinion, the city government has invalid data. And at that moment, then when we did the research, SRK has protest against the low emission zones several times, and it was attended by more than 600 vehicles from its member. Next. Yeah, this is Frank Hansen. He is a founding father of SRK, and he also a journalist that initiate to against the LEZ policy. And this is the demonstration that when we are there, even though this is the old car, but the car is using the LPG fuel. And the next picture is when they protest. We also meet with the senator from VVD party, and the name is Mr. Jan Willem Verhey, a senator from VVD. At the moment, when we did the research, the process of delivering their opinion is in judicial review. So basically, even though the policy came from the top-down level, like European Union, but the community still have voice in change their city regulation in Rotterdam, in Netherlands. Next. So the conclusion is sustainability, environment sustainability divide into three: water, land, and air. And the low emission zone is very related to transportation that have huge impacts on people and environment. And regarding to the community opinion, the government, both in local and national, is very open and very transparent. And it's a very clear stage in delivering their opinion, even though its regulation come from the European Union. Related to sustainable development goals, of course, sustainable development goals number 11 is very related, and 13 also related with climate change. But the other things that we found it SDGs number 17, which is a partnership for the goals, are also very related and very useful for enhancing the global partnership for sustainable development. And urban network governance also important to enhance the sustainable cities goal. Thank you for
Terima
this
kasih,
presentation.
Ibu.
Yeah.
So my very simplistic summary is so Rotterdam is very impressive. They plan for 100 years. It's a 100-year plan. They use a lot of data, right, to support their policy, but also there are counter challenges to data. All right, has shown in the last example given by this person, Franz Hansen. So a kind of agency that Andre was talking about, but this is an agency about data, and therefore about so-called linking certain data with the causes of environmental pollution. So again, you see people with who do not accept, if you like, in this world of big data now, right? Big data cells, but here we have people who wants to take control of how data is, if you like, represented. So with that, we have, Malaysia is in the same time zone as Bali. So it's exactly the same. On my clock, it's 12:27. We have about 30 minutes, but I need to leave aside 5 minutes for our panelists to give summary statements at the end. So we have about 25 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes for Q&A. So may I invite questions from the floor, please? Through either the chat or through, I think chat is the only function, right? Or you want to speak verbally, just raise your hand. I will recognize your hand. Okay, first question dari Dewi Utami to all of the panelists. Okay, Mrs. Okay, let me open it up first. All right, so all the panelists can answer. No, sorry. To Mrs. Irma Idawan, is there any information, receipt done, and vaccinations practical for pregnant women and people with chronic disease?
Okay, let me just straight to answer the questions. Thank you so much, Ibu Dewi Utami. Actually, there has been clinical trial phase 3 going on, and also in some countries the result is already came out, and that the current available of the vaccines in Indonesia, which is produced by Sinovac, it's actually safe for pregnant and also nursing women. So those moms who is currently breastfeed their infants, they could be safely get vaccinated by Sinovac vaccines that is available right now. And then for people with chronic diseases, actually, the clinical trials is ongoing, but the government actually, the government of Indonesia actually has been using the results from the previous clinical trials that some chronic diseases which there's a standard whether the type of chronic disease and also what you call the medical record, and then whether the disease is controlled at the time of vaccinations, and that will be determined by the medical team on the ground. So when people have the comorbidities, and when they go to the immunization centers, and then the medical team will be checked whether the chronic disease that they have is controlled or not. If it is controlled, then the people could go for getting the vaccination. So I think it is very important for us to understand and to get as much as information that is sent out by the local health centers or local governments in order to make sure to self-identify whether our condition is actually meet the requirement of those people who can get vaccinated. But if something is not clear, there is something or information is not clear yet to us, I think you can just go to the vaccination centers, and then later on the medical team will be checked, and then it will tell us whether we could still go through with all the process of vaccination, or we could just, okay, let's postpone this and then come back later. I think that's all from me.
Yeah, terima kasih. We don't have a question, but we have a greetings from India. Oh wait, there's another question now coming. Oh, more questions. Hang on, let me open up. All right. Okay, Diane Butler, silakan. You maybe should read your question, and since you're here. Or I shall read for you.
Okay, I can try.
Yeah.
Do I have sound?
Yes, we can hear you.
That's good. Here, I'm going to turn this around like this. That looks prettier. Am I allowed to ask a question of the other presenters and participants?
You may. Permission granted.
I would like people, whoever would like, can share if they know of identify any new normal friendly open air cultural site in your vicinity. And can you imagine a very small scale activity, culture for youth in that place? Please name the place. I will start. I live in a traditional family compound, so the architecture here is very classic. And I can imagine doing a small time with young people and a traditional architect, and maybe a professional modern architect. Just do a little walk through the household, talking about the cosmology of traditional Balinese architecture and how it helps for sustainability. And of course, everybody would have to wear a mask and a face shield, but we would just take a little walk. Anybody else would like to share? Please.
Not necessarily on Bali, right? This can be anywhere else in the world. Yeah.
Anywhere in the world. It should be near where you are.
Vicky, I know you live in a mansion. No, not a mansion. No, I've been to your place. Do you want to share a bit how you can turn your place into a mini cultural site of sorts?
Or if there's a site nearby where you live,
nearby, yeah.
Pak
Yes, Diki, silakan. Pak Diki.
I'm not sure whether you can hear me.
Echo, you have echo.
I'll just pause.
Okay, Dicky refrains from sharing. Okay, anybody else? So Diane has cleverly turned this into a participatory session now.
Can I share a bit,
Yes.
Sengkuan?
Yes, silakan.
Henry here. So I appreciate the idea of Diane, how we started with a small step. I think basically, Diane, I also live, my own house is in the traditional kampung, just at the border of Jogja, yeah. So it's not in the city center. So since the pandemic happened since last year, I noticed that a lot of kids in our kampung, they still active and playing outside. They don't wear masks. They still do the cycling, going to the sawah, to the paddy field, and they really enjoy. Even more, they don't have classes to attend, so they just yes, they just go to hell with PR or homework. So they just enjoy their life. So sometimes I envy to see that our children, the bocah in my kampung really enjoy life, and they don't care about or they are not afraid about the COVID-19. Yeah, so this is the actually the spirit of the living together in Indonesia. So the Indonesia is in many or the majority of the people living in the urban actually is still in the kampung area. We learn how to build a nice house, villas, and with the gated community and the real estate. It just recently, I think, it's no more than 30 years. So that is make us more individual people. They'll just stay inside the house, very big house, and with the gated community with the security or satpam. That's not the spirit of Indonesian family living together with other family. So that's why I always encourage. I imagine also that probably we need to change the design of our school rather than we just imitate the idea of how the school designed by the Western, but we need to open up. Without wall, probably we need to teach under the tree, so it is more healthier. So in a lot of research has been proven that working or studying inside the AC classroom or AC office is less healthier than in the natural ventilation. That's my 20 years of research in natural ventilation and the building design, and also consume less energy. So why don't we live outside rather than inside? But unfortunately, we live inside our house or inside the building most of our time. Maybe about 80 or 90% of our time daily we spend it indoors. Yeah. So that's just a 10 of my thought from Yogyakarta.
Terima kasih, Pak
Thank
Henry.
you.
So let me recognize Tina first, then Henny, sorry, then Michael Northcott. Okay, in that order. Tina first, since your hands went up.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay. Yes, one of the things I can imagine, especially in the area of we're having so much sensory deprivation because touch is so important for our health. And just being outside, even in the grass, on the sand, on the beach, possibilities of moving together, but with distance, even be able to see, even if we can't touch, I think is something that I can imagine happening. We forget especially in the expressive arts therapy world terminology, there's more senses just in the palms of our hands than just about in our feet, and how we regulate and find health. And so I really see and imagine us revisiting ways that we can do that in safe spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Henny, you're next. If you're speaking to the same topic, yeah, unmute yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Henny. I'm half Japanese, half Chinese, living in Banda Aceh. I'm currently feeling super fortunate to be able to just stand outdoor, enjoying the nature. And just want to share, because Diane was talking about, you know, where you are and share. So I just want to show what we're doing. We're trying to build a community center based on the asset-based community development. So just trying to see what we have due to COVID. Last year we got plenty of time to like being scared of, okay, what are we gonna eat right now, you know? So I'm just gonna show you what we have. We got the this is the azolla for our fish. We got the hydroponic. This is all just started like last year. And we have a outdoor basketball court for the kids, the neighborhood kids, that they can just play and do crazy things with their bikes. And this is the urban farming that we are trying to build. So it's provide our own food, vegetables. We got fish. We have a financial literacy training for the guys here, and also the kampong, because we believe that COVID is just really, really sucky. We have the coffee like a cafe. We got our own coffee from Takengon. So I think we're just really fortunate. That's all.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, and then we can be outdoor. We don't need to wear masks or anything, because pretty much we are 3 meters away from each other.
Yeah.
Even our office is open, so it can be really hot. But I'm just trying to encourage everyone that, yeah, let's do something, as Diane Butler was saying, small but regularly. This is what we're doing. So yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Terima kasih, Henry. Okay, Michael.
Sama-sama.
Yeah, you're on.
Thank you very much. So I've lived outside the whole of the last year, really. I don't use air conditioning. This is my kampong house. I have a garden here, and I've taught students at this table. I have meetings with colleagues and other professionals like language teachers and so on in this house, but also I observe as other colleagues in the kampong here, 5 kilometers south of the ring road. Life is normal. I personally reject the techno-fascist language of new normal, which came from Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum. There is no science behind social distancing. There's no evidence that it has any effect on disease transmission. If you look at countries which didn't do any of these things, or indeed American states, I mean, Florida, for example, life is completely normal there. I think it's important as academics that we do express a range of views. We hear a lot about diversity in conferences like this, but there is more than one view of COVID, I'm sorry to say. And I don't hold the majority view that I've heard on these panels, and that most academics do. I have lived a normal life for 12 months. I've lived in kampongs in near Ubud, where life is normal. I've lived in kampong in West Sumbawa, a permaculture community. I sometimes live in a permaculture community on the hills near me here in Yogyakarta, Bumi Langit. No one wears masks. Nobody social distances. We've held permaculture courses there, 2 in the last month, completely unmasked, unsocially distanced, normal life. I don't live indoors. It seems to me that those who are most concerned about the pandemic are watching TV, they live in air conditioning, and they live indoors. We all need to get outside again for our mental health and to save our communities from just falling apart because we're no longer meeting. But what I want to affirm what Henry said. Every kampong I've lived in, life has been normal. That's true in Bali, it's true in Sumbawa, and it's true here in Bantul. But only when you go in the cities do you encounter this middle-class bubble of COVID belief. So, I mean, there are 3 families opposite me in my house. Okay, my house is very big, I admit that. for one person, but there's 3 families opposite me. I know them quite well. It's a multi-generational family. They don't have the space to socially distance. But they wouldn't even attempt it. When they closed the mosque here, everybody gathered in larger numbers on doorsteps and more closely together to celebrate and do all the things that they would have normally done, perhaps at the mosque. So we need to get used to the fact that Indonesians have not followed the propaganda. And I'm grateful for that. I've lived among Indonesians for over 18 months. And they have not, most of the people I know have not followed the propaganda. They have simply lived normal lives. So I'm a dissenter on this. I don't apologize for it. I read the science. I can share the science if you wish. Our world in data is only one source. There are many scientific papers which express a different view to the mainstream on COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for the dissenting view, but I think shared by a lot of people if they were able to live in kampongs, I suppose. Okay, I only have 15 minutes, and there's a question raised to all the panelists by Pak Dicky, and I think you can see the question. Can you? So let me read the question, and I would like all panelists who have not spoken to tackle this very difficult question. We have been focusing our attention and discussion more on the state, society, or government CSO relations. What about businesses? They too should be responsible for urban sustainability as much as the government and CSOs. What do the panelists think? So who is brave enough to start? Maybe Andre. I think you look like a brave one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting question, isn't it? And so often we work in silos and we think, okay, the social work's being done by the NGOs. We've got the hospitals, we've got education, we've got all of these various silos. We've got business, economics. But really, if we're going to see our communities be sustainable and more so flourish, then these silos need to be broken down. And we need to look at our communities, our cities, as complex adaptive systems. And then through that approach, look for the different roles that the different sectors can play, all within the goal, if you like, of creating a flourishing community. So we work together. So the role of business could be different in different spaces. One, it might be to use the expertise of business thinking to get a new product or a new technology up and happening. It might be to finance something for social good. It might be to bring on partnerships and to see education working with business, or to see hospitals working with business. But all of this takes out of the box innovative thinking. So I believe that's where it starts, and we need to be able to come together across sectors and have genuine conversations around these things. So in answer to Dicky's question, I think it's a complex one and it's not a simple answer, but it's one that we need to explore because we all need to work together towards the common good and well-being in our communities.
May I invite Diane also? Because I'm so curious. I mean, in the initiative you have done and all that, are businesses involved? Are they big businesses or are they small businesses, or are they just self-generated stuff? Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's so hard for me to speak English when I'm here. Sorry.
Tuba.
I actually, when we applied for roster consultative status in United Nations ECOSOC, Economic and Social Council, they asked me, how is it that Dharma Nature Time could do programs, 20 programs in 1 year with this many participants and so forth? With our budget our account had maybe $1,000 US in it. And I said, mostly through in-kind. So basically, almost everything that we have done, I don't know how you make a gesture of in-kind. What a beautiful sign language. In-kind is whoever can offer what it is that they would like and are able to offer. If someone can dance, please dance. If someone can make a poster, please make a poster. If someone has 50 friends, please tell them about sharing art and religiosity in Badulu. If someone has friends in Kuala Lumpur, where I've done programs before, please come along and have a visit sometime. So we often started really from the idea of sharing. But I should mention that the United Nations office was very surprised. And at first, I think they felt hesitant to give us roster consultative status because our account only had $1,000 US in it. But in the end, they agreed, which is a beautiful thing. So that means that the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations values the idea of sharing in kind. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Yeah, what a beautiful story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the place I do field work in northern Philippines among the highlanders, Igorots, that kind of bartering, if you like, trading, it still exists, right? It's not monetized. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think great. Maybe I'll now sort of flip it to Onisha, right? Since you've studied Rotterdam and their 100-year plan, do businesses play a big deal, a big part in this 100-year planning or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, based on our research result in Netherlands, in Rotterdam especially, the city government very engaged with the business sector. And since Rotterdam is very, the economic center of the Rotterdam is from the seaport. So the first time that they engage in, especially in low emission zones case, the first time who agree and who to follow the low emission zone policy is business sector. So they become the first time who agree to implement the low emission zones in Rotterdam. And in addition, also the government give incentive for them. But if they become a polluter, they already know the polluter pay principle as the environmental policy in tax for the city revenue.
So maybe just, I'm also curious, right? Because I never did this kind of stuff. There seems to be a high level of compliance in Europe, or okay, let's say Rotterdam or Netherlands. What is the secret? Is it a cultural trait among Dutch people to comply to policies, except for that person you gave the example? But is there a high level of compliance? And why are Dutch people so compliant and so willing to follow regulations or policies? As an outsider looking in, yeah.
Yep, I just look the Rotterdam try to look the city government is not wants to be the what's the we just look the Rotterdam like to manage Rotterdam is like a husband and wife, and then the community is children. So the husband and wife is you cannot be more what is the tidak bisa jadi yang paling utama, tidak bisa apa ya?
It cannot be the main person, right? Cannot be the only person,
Yeah,
dominant person.
Because you have to be balanced between the husband and wife. You have to marry with each other, and then if you don't do that, then the children will be the
suffering. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so sort of parental, yeah, a good government is a good parent, I suppose, and with businesses. Okay, Irma, I mean, you've been the quiet one so far. Do you have anything to reflect across, whether it's on businesses, on whether COVID-19 is overrated or something like that? You want something to share?
Actually, I wanted to respond to the statement that Michael just explained about the COVID-19 spread. Just wanted to mention that like a common virus, actually it spreads by someone who is the host of the virus. If someone or everybody near you who live surrounded in your surrounding area, they don't have the infection, they don't have the virus infected the bodies, I think it would be 100% impossible for them to transmit the virus from one to another. So it is very important here to understand the nature of how the virus is spread. So that's why we know, we heard of the term of the small scale lockdown, for example. So, and we actually know that the center of the transmissions of the virus, specifically in Indonesia, it first demarked from the Jakarta, the urban setting where people commute a lot to one place to another. That's why the virus, like for example, I am the host of the virus. When I travel to another place and I interact closely with my friends, so the virus could transmit from my body to someone else's body who is in a close contact of the person. So that's why the science behind physical distancing, social distancing would only apply for the environment or the setting where the transmission of the virus is found in the very high rate situations. And I believe in the kampung where Bapak Michael live, or Ibu Dayan maybe, and someone else here who live in the very not remote, but in the very quiet and sterile environments. Hopefully it would remains that way. And then we who live in the cities, who is where is the center of the transmissions of the virus, is very, very expectant that we don't travel to that you know, to the places that don't have the transmission of the virus. But mitigations can be done by, I want to, for example, if I want to visit to Ibu Dayan or Pak Michael's place, for example, I could do the test first. For example, once I arrive or before I fly to that place, to make sure that I don't carry the virus. So I think that's the only comment that I would like to mention. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I know Michael looks like he wants to respond, but you want to respond, or just you think we can leave it as that? Yeah.
I don't want to get the impression I'm just a kampung boy. I've been in 5 cities. My point is I've lived in kampungs and cities for 12 months. I haven't worn masks except when required. I have avoided all this invasive medical testing, which is against the fundamental principles of the Nuremberg Code, and informed consent, that if you're not ill and you do not consent to be involved in medical experiments, then you do not submit to medical procedures. I do not submit to medical procedures, but I'm grateful to Indonesia because despite that, I have been able to travel normally and meet people all over this country. The other point I want to make is the middle class nature of this ideology. This is true in Britain, not only in Indonesia. People who work from home, academics and journalists, are the main advocates of the whole story that we're just hearing about this virus. But when I go to kampungs, and indeed, I mean, even in cities now, I meet huge numbers of people who don't any longer accept the media narrative. And I read academic papers too, Bu Irma. And I've been involved in the medical ethics field for many years, and I've been involved in the environmental health field for many years. And I know that at least as important as any circulating infectious disease, and indeed far more important, is what we call in medicine the terrain, the terroir. Now, the issue in Jakarta, I completely agree with you, would appear to have been an epicenter, and there was clearly a spike in mortality, from what one can tell, an unusual one in Jakarta. I can't see much evidence of unusual mortality elsewhere. The statistics to me look normal. Indeed, they are in the UK, except for April and May last year in the UK. So if we look at Jakarta, what is the most significant environmental health characteristic of Jakarta? It has the worst air quality of any city outside India, in Asia, although maybe also Beijing. Now, what does bad air quality do to long-term residents of Jakarta? It wrecks their lungs. Now, we're told that this is a uniquely lethal respiratory virus. I don't believe this because the mortality statistics, all-cause mortality, not excess, but all-cause mortality, do not show much evidence. Indeed, they don't show evidence of a pandemic last year because all-cause mortality globally last year was normal. It was even normal in the UK. The UK statistics look weird because we had 10 or more years of very low mortality from flu. But in the 1990s, we had higher per 100,000 mortality than we had in 2020. And we didn't have lockdown, social distancing or masks, and no one said we were in the middle of a pandemic. So either we've changed the definition of a pandemic, or we've always had pandemics before the year 2000. And I don't believe that myself. I believe that there's been a manipulation for the purposes of the pharmaceutical companies and the capitalization of our bodies by invasive medical procedures and the large-scale medicalization of society, which has huge implications for the very things we've been speaking about in this conference: accessibility, the poor, the low-income groups. And it's among these groups that is the greatest skepticism about COVID. And we have to ask ourselves, why is that? Because they are suffering the most. They don't have middle-class air-conditioned rooms like that. I mean, this isn't air-conditioned, actually. They don't have them. They don't have spaces to socially distance, but many of them have gone hungry. Their cash income has disappeared in some cases. They become reliant on government handouts, which they feel is shameful. This is not because of the disease, as they see it. It's because of the regulations. Well, that's enough from me, but I have plenty of science too, Bu Irma, that I could share if you want. I've read thousands of scientific papers on COVID, far too many for my health, probably. But perfectly happy to swap science to science with you later.
No, I think we can see, well, this is definitely another area of very specific contribution in civic engagement in terms of discussion later on, yeah. So, but I think just to end up, because we won't have time for, it's already 1 o'clock, but I think in Malaysia, where I do presently work on migrant workers, the highest infection rate are among migrant workers in Malaysia. Why? It's because they are in cramped, unhygienic coolie shacks, right, that Malaysian employers put them in, all right? So with at least 30%, 40% in the early stages of the infection in Malaysia was among migrant workers. Then the whole media attention just turned to migrant workers and forget about everything else, all right? As if they are the source of all disease, but it's in the conditions that they have been put in, yeah? So now that, okay, anyway, so I think there is something in what Michael is saying. There's a whole medicalization, there's big money involved, and there is a kind of easy slippages between poor living conditions or lack of support, public health support in Malaysia, for all this, for citizens, let alone migrant workers and refugees. So there is this kind of slippages going on back and forth, right? So I think with that, we can, I don't know, talk later, maybe civic engagement in another country somewhere, not in the kampong. And we can, look at these effects. So with that, I'd like to thank all the panelists, all the people who asked questions, and also not forgetting our very hardworking translators trying to keep up with all the nuances of the debate. So we thank them for keeping us alert and communicated, well, at least informed about this kind of issues. So with that, I pass back to the MC.
Terima kasih.
Yeah.
Terima kasih Pak Moderator juga.
Thank you so much, everyone. Very nice discussion.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, dear excellencies and participants, to the International NGO Forum, co-designing sustainable, just, and smart urban living through ICRS education, civic engagement, and policy advocacy, which organized by Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesian Institute of Sciences, LIPI, Universitas Hindu Indonesia, and supported by Directorate Generals of Development Regions, Ministry of Home Affairs, and Ford Foundation, which is held at Universitas Hindu Indonesia. Thank you for staying with us. Before we continue to the next agenda, we would like to inform you and remind you that on Thursday, April 8th, we have major symposium event, and we hope you can join us on Thursday. We will now continue to the next agenda, that is the third session about faith and human dignity during pandemic, and will be moderated by Ms. Niwayan Radita Novi Puspitasari, PhD candidate from Ural Federal University, Russia, and also from Indonesia Consortium for Religious Studies. Ms. Radita, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Putri. And now we are arriving in the last session, the third plenary session, and we already have in the podium Reverend Yosia Yogi Arta and also Professor Dr. Iketut Ardana. And in this plenary, we will have 5 presenters, but unfortunately, Tuan Guru Hassanian Juaini cannot join us today. And now our first speaker will be Reverend Yosia Yogi Arta. He is the leader of Christian Ministry Conference in Buleleng Regency. He is the priest of Balinese Christian in Buleleng who worked also as a police forces in Bali. And his presentation title will be Balinese Christian Response to Health Crisis. Please play the video. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Best wishes to all of us. Shalom. I'm Iputu Yosia Yogi Arta, a pastor of GKPB who lives in north of Bali. I'm truly honored to be invited by ICRS to deliver a presentation on this occasion about Balinese Christian response to public health crisis. Preliminary. It has been more than a year that we have experienced a health crisis due to the coronavirus. Everyone feels the impact, including the islands of Bali, which has a population of 4.32 million people. There are generally 2 responses to the health crisis. The first to believe in the coronavirus. The second does not believe in the existence of the coronavirus. It common called Mabuyo. It means don't believe and don't care, because they think this health crisis is a global conspiracy. However, everyone must take the right attitude toward this health crisis. One of them is the Christian Balinese community, which is part of the 1.66% Christian of the population in Bali, a small community of Christian Balinese people who are members of the GKPB, the Christian Church in Bali. Currently, it has 13,135 members, consisting of 87 congregations spread across all districts in Bali. Until now, there are 178 members who have been exposed to the coronavirus, 10 who died, and 89 people who have recovered. Data obtained from the COVID GKBB task force as of March 24, 2021. And praise God, I am one of the ones who recovered from the coronavirus. And how will this small community survive this global health crisis? I want to say a few things. In the book of Romans, chapter 13, verse 1, let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except by God's appointment, and the authorities that exist have been instituted by God. In the book of Romans 13, verse 1, we can read about obedience. And the first response is obedience. It is explained that obedience to the government is a form of obeying God. Since the announcement of a health emergency by the government and an appeal from the government, the church leadership has immediately conveyed an appeal to take steps to stop the spread of the coronavirus. The community immediately complies with the government health protocol. The 3M to 5M movements, wearing masks, washing hands with soap in running water, maintaining distance or social distance, staying away from crowds and limiting mobility and interaction, and this little community comply. The application is evident in Sunday worship. We have a fellowship in the new normal. Before worship, the prayer room must be sprayed with disinfectant first, and people are obligated to wear masks, take body temperature, wash their hands in the space provided, sit on a numbered chair 1.5 meters from each other, and the maximum duration of worship is 1 hour. And the elderly and children should stay at home. If one of the people is exposed, the service will be closed for 2 weeks. About vaccination, regarding the government's vaccination program, community members are very enthusiastic about receiving it. This community received the vaccine without a doubt as one of the citizens' participation to break the chain of COVID-19. In the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, and we know that all things work together for good for those who love God, who are called according to his purpose. The second response is creative. To be able to survive during a pandemic, the community must choose to live creatively, including choosing a simple life. Creative in worship, even though worship cannot be carried out face to face, worship can still be carried out online. During a pandemic, the tourism sector is very badly affected because to survive, this small community has turned to agriculture. Assistance is provided by the GKPB Foundation, namely MBM, by providing seeds and providing organic fertilizers. Besides that, the MBM Foundation also provides a quarantine home for those who are exposed to COVID-19. The other one, in the west of Bali, namely Blindung Sari, led by Pastor Nyoman Yohanes, the congregation developed Hotaru, hobi tanaman sekitar rumah, namely the hobby of farmers around the house. starting from the use of kitchen waste, hydroponic gardens, ecoenzymes, and maggot caterpillars. The other one, in addition to online, was an online meetings. An application for shopping for kitchen needs is currently being developed in collaboration with the MBM Foundation to accommodate agriculture products from members of the congregation as well as the community. They're called Belanja Pangan and G Mart. The other one, during this pandemic, rice become the main need. So the congregation in Southern Bali made a rice granary. Congregation collect independently, and if there are people in need, they can come to the church to get it. In the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 2, carry one another's burden, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. The third response is love. When a family is exposed to the coronavirus, they often receive isolation, treatment, even though what they need is attention and love. Then the third response is a mutual love, care one another. During this pandemic, there are many people who are less fortunate. The government has spent a lot of money to help them. For the community, this is the time to look around and pay attention. To support government programs, the community collect and distributes basic foodstuff for members as well as for the surrounding community. The basic necessities are usually in the form of rice, eggs, cooking oil, sugar, or etc. For families who are undergoing isolation, the community supports by providing food, providing assistance, also for the elderly and vulnerable. Closing. This is what I can say about Balinese Christian response to public health crisis. Hopefully, it will be useful. Finally, let's respond wisely to this global health crisis. Keep your faith in God, maintain health and immunity, stay vigilant even though you have been vaccinated, and stay productive and creative. God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Yogi. And it is very interesting from your presentation that we have the term Boya, that the group who do not believe the coronavirus because of the issue of conspiracy. And also he supported the government for saying, let every person be subject to the governing authorities by following their orders for using mask, social distance, and also when we have kind of a meeting in the church, it's only limited time for 1 hour. And now we will move to the second speaker, Professor Dr. Iketut Ardana. He is a professor of Asian history in the Faculty of Human Studies, Udayana University. And currently he is the chairman of Vidya Kerti Education Foundation. And he will present the topic of human dignity in Bali. Please.
So thank you very much to HRS, International Consortium for Religious Studies, Universitas Gadjah Mada. So my paper titled Human Dignity in the Time of Pandemic. But this is actually, I try to trace back the problem and the concept of human dignity in Bali that is already rooted in such long time in the Balinese history based on the migration historical processes. Next one, please. Yeah. There are three main questions that will be addressed in this paper. First, how we can understand the concept of human dignity in the Balinese point of view, and how this Balinese dignity had already been rooted in such a long time in the context of prehistoric and also the classical Balinese story until the recent or modern or even a post-modern Balinese history. And the last one on how this human dignity can play a major role in coping with the problem of pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. This may be the last part of my papers. I just look back first to the background of the human dignity in Bali. Yeah, please. Yeah, this is we know this concept in Indonesian language as a martabat kemanusiaan, human dignity, martabat kemanusiaan. This is make a difference on how the people, man, and as a human being distinguish themselves from from other animals, something like that. So in this concept, we just try to look at the on how the human dignity can be interpreted as the which regardless of age, ability, status, gender, ethnicity is to be treated with some respects. Yeah, the next one, please. So the concept of human dignity in the Indonesia language, manusia, martabat kemanusiaan. Manusia is coming from the etymology. This comes from the manusia. Manu is the first man in the world, and this concept is much regarded with the concept of how they treat themselves as based on the not only by the local wisdom but also by Hindu or Indic legend that already influenced the Balinese society in a long time. And the next concept, I just look at the for the next slides. Yeah. As already mentioned in the previous session, as already mentioned by Diana Butler on how the Balinese cosmology and the Balinese cosmogony, they perceive that they classify its worlds, the Balinese world, into three parts: upper worlds where the gods live, and also in the middle world, this is the people, the human being life, and also for the last one is the underworld, where the deity, we call it Butakala, that sometimes if we cannot treat them in a positive way, and then will be, this deity or Butakala will destroy the human being in those. Yeah, the next slide, please. Yeah, this is the process on how the human dignity can be treated, can be modified in a long time from the Balinese history, from where we know that the Balinese society, Balinese civilization is much long influenced by the cultural development from East Java to Bali, and it's even mentioned that the marriage between the Udayana is the first, and maybe this civilized king from Bali married with Mahendra Datta from the Javanese princesses, and then both of these twin kings much created the what we can now see as the modern Balinese civilization. The next slide, please. Yeah, we know that as happened also in the parts of the world, we know about the Perang Suku tribal wars, and where the people try to annex one to another ethnic group, and then with the tribal wars, the people try to identify, try to create what they mentioned about the human dignity. Human dignity sometimes in the European perspective and also from the Balinese perspective is quite much different, and where the Dutch who colonized the Indonesian archipelago more than 300 years ago, 300 years, and then the Dutch interpreted that what the indigenous people did actually, that is about not really about human dignity. So why the Dutch later on tried to annex those people not only in Bali but also in other part of the Indonesian archipelago in the context of Pax Neerlandica. That is the rest and order. Rest and order, that's mean in a stable condition, a stable political situation that's occurred at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. Next, please. Yeah, so if we talk about the Balinese civilization, it's much quite strong influenced by the rule of the Indian or Indic lesson, where the Mahatma Gandhi proposed the idea of Ahimsa, Swadeshi, and Satyagraha, as already mentioned by Edward Said in his book on Orientalism. And also we can see also this kind of ideology, this kind of notion already implemented by the Balinese king when the Balinese king of Falk gained the Dutch at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 19th century. And that is the concept of Puputan, where the Puputan means Puput SN, fight until the end. And the Balinese perceive that if they defeated by the Dutch and then they killed in the war, and then they will enter the paradise, the Hemel, the paradise. Okay, that's this short story about on how the idea of Mahatma Gandhi or Indic or Indian lesson influenced strongly the Balinese culture. The next one, please. Yeah, I don't want to focus on this because we know on how this idea, the local belief, the local knowledge already implemented by the people in India and also in Bali. We can see the same ways on how they fought against the foreign influence. Next one, please. Yeah, that's the main question that I have already mentioned in my first page on how we try to address certain question on how we should determine the concept of human dignity, not only in the past, but also on how the Balinese could live side by side with other ethnic groups, with other religions, in the context of unity. And then we know about the concept of unity and diversity, as already mentioned by the, what you call it, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Okay, the next one, please. I just go through these pages just to try to trace back the idea of human dignity. The next one, please. Yeah, this is one instance on how the Balinese adopt and modified the idea of the name of the god into the Balinese name. Or later, we know that there are some Indian or Indic names from what the Balinese had, and then already transformed into the Indian or Indic names. The next one, please. Yeah. That is the idea of Tatuam Asi. That's the basic foundation, the basic meaning. What we mean by Tatuam Asi, I'm yours, you are mine. This is the same position, the same status. This is equal. This is, the idea of egalitarian, actually, that we can trace back in the concept of Tatuam Asi. You are mine and I am yours. That's the idea of Tatuam Asi. Okay, the next one, please. Yeah. If we look at on how the Balinese try to interpret, to imagine its environment, because the Balinese have the idea of Trihita Karana, in where the idea of harmony and balance stood in a stable position between man and God, man and its nature. That's we can see from the idea of the body of the human being, and also the position of their house, and also that's the idea of our microcosmos should be balanced and harmony in compared to the idea of macrocosmos and microcosmos and macrocosmos. The next one, please. Yeah, if we look at the idea of on how to what extent the idea of human dignity, we can see what happened from the archaeological, from prehistoric site, or from archaeological site in Middle Java, from Prambanan, because Prambanan is the biggest Hindu temple. And also we can compare what happened in Prambanan and also what happened in Gua Gajah, because both of the temples actually was built with the cave rocks. And this later on will be changed into the stone. We call it batu bata merah. It's a great tradition from the heritage from the Majapahit heritage after the end of the Majapahit heritage of the Majapahit kingdom in the 14th century. And we start now with the new kingdom in Bali from Gagal to Klungkung. That is the new period. Yeah. 3 more minutes and just jump to. Can you just jump to the pandemic cases? Yeah. Yeah, next one be just jump to the Yeah. Okay, that's two slides before. We can see here on how the Balinese pray not only for themselves but also for other things, for the tree. We call this ceremony and this tumpak bubot or tumpak udo. Where they pray, not they pray about the tree, but they pray behind the tree. They believe, the Balinese believe that there is a soul. There is a soul that could be prayed, that not only for the tree but also for the animal, dog, something like that, birds, and they prayed for every tumpak kandang. We call it tumpak kandang because we pray this for the safety of the people, the safety of the world. The next one, please. Just look at on how the human dignity. Yeah, the next one, please. If we talk about human dignity in Bali, we can see some harmony and conflict because, you know, after the modernization, westernization coming from Europe, and then the Balinese are fragmented into two parts. On the one side, it's the Bali Adnana who encourage the idea of traditionalism, and on the other hand, we know about the concept of Surya Kanta, who encourage the modernization. That should be understood in the context of historical context. The next one, please, on how we should see the idea of Sukarno, because, you know, Sukarno, his mother is a Balinese, and Sukarno know about the Balinese background, the Balinese religion, and also he tried to dig up, to elaborate more on what kind of the idea of human dignity in the context of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, because the concept of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika is already existed in the long time in the classical Balinese history, in the Pura Samuan Tiga, something like that. And the last one we should see, yeah, this is the local belief regarding the virus. This is the Balinese belief that the virus, it could be emerged if the Balinese not really treated the god, the Balinese, the local Balinese god perfectly, because they believe that the Ratu Gede Mencalik is not coming from the Indian or indication, but it's from the indigenous, from the Balinese ideology, from the Balinese indigenous ideology. Could you see just to the last slide, please? So now we see that the Balinese try to appreciate, try to acknowledge the existence of the other ethnic group outside the Bali. They classify about the concept of Krama Pengarap. In every Banjar, you know about the Krama Pengarap. This is the original Balinese, and for the other newcomers, they call it as a Krama Tamyu. And for the foreigners, like tourists, it's just a Tamyu. So they know about this concept. What that means? This means that the Balinese appreciate the coming of other people, except the Balinese themselves. So they acknowledge the existence, the identity of other people. It is good. Then we should learn from this, or in the Balinese experience, on how the Balinese try to classify and also try to make us some concept on how should the people not only in the context of monoculture, but also in the context of multiculturalism, and acknowledge and also tolerant and to have a solidarity with other people and other ethnic groups. I think that is the idea on how human dignity should be interpreted, should be determined by looking at what really happened in the past of the Balinese history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ketut. It's kind of a very interesting presentation that you relate it to the historical context by looking at the Dutch colonization in Indonesia. And also we can look at the Tatwam Asi, I am yours and you are mine, by the concept of egalitarian and to stabilize microcosm and macrocosm. And now we will go to the third speaker, Ms. Dwi Setiani Utami. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ms. Dwi Setiani Utami, she is the chairman of Puan Hayati Central Java and treasurer at Puan Hayati Pusat. According to her, there are three main missions of Puan Hayati. The first one is preserving the teachings. Second, empowering women worshippers for social and economic independence. And the third is strengthening women's capacity. And now she will talk about indigenous women and strategy of resilience. Please, Miss Puan. Yeah, Miss Dwi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, the time given to me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present my presentation with Indonesian language. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Dwi Stiani Utami. I am from Puan Hayati. My topic today is about indigenous women and strategy of resilience atau perempuan penghayat dan ketahanan pangan masyarakat. Baik, salam waras, salam rahayu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Okay, we will start the presentation with my quotation. Bertandalah dengan bijak untuk menjaga kehidupan dan pewarisan tanah generasi berikutnya. And the next, economic background of indigenous women. Kita bisa melihat bagaimana latar belakang ekonomi dari perempuan penghayat di Jawa Tengah. Secara garis besar, kami masih lemah secara ekonomi dan pendidikan yang tergolong masih rendah. Seperti kita lihat misalnya Ibu Nur Santi, dia adalah seorang penyuluh anak-anak di Kabupaten Semarang, ibu rumah tangga, dan juga ada juga Ibu Purwati dari Kabupaten Semarang, seorang penjahit, dan yang lain sebagainya. Di sana mereka pendidikannya masih cenderung rendah, seperti Mbak Nur Santi tadi, seorang penyuluh, tapi pendidikannya masih SMP saja. Dan biasanya di daerah sana masih banyak perempuan penghayat yang lulusan SMP kemudian sudah dinikahkan oleh kedua orang tuanya. Ini menjadi PR kita bersama untuk meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia untuk peningkatan kualitas karyaan. Dan kemudian berdasarkan database kami, penghayat kepercayaan Sabta Dharma khususnya di Jawa Tengah, dari 5.832 penghayat Sabta Dharma, ada 1.803 penghayat perempuan, dan 5% diantaranya bermata pencaharian sebagai petani. Akan tetapi data ini masih cukup banyak bias, karena masih banyak data yang belum mencantumkan kolom pekerjaannya. Sehingga sebenarnya mata pencaharian petani di Jawa Tengah itu adalah lebih dari itu. Kemudian berbicara tentang ketahanan pangan masyarakat ataupun penghayat, kami ingin berbicara tentang bagaimana penghayat bertani. Tentu saja kita ingin menggali nilai-nilai kearifan lokal, dan di sini perlu menggali khasanah budaya dari perspektif kearifan lokal yang mengandung nilai-nilai keseimbangan dan keselarasan di antara manusia dan alam semesta, terkait Pranoto Mongso dan Pranoto Coro. Misalnya, ada proses peletakan sesaji di sawah yang dilakukan beberapa penghayat zaman dulu, ternyata ini bermanfaat bagi unsur hara yang terkait dengan kesuburan tanah dan juga sebagai budi terhadap makhluk ciptaan lainnya. Kemudian ada juga masa tanam yang disesuaikan dengan siklus gaur hidup tikus dalam mengantisipasi hama wereng, menghindari tikus di masa remaja saat padi petani mulai berisi dan siap panen, sehingga mereka sebisa mungkin tidak membunuh hama tetapi justru diberi ketela agar tidak memakan padinya. Kemudian ada juga petani-petani yang memanfaatkan sistem ekosistem untuk mengantisipasi hama. Misalnya burung hantu sahabat petani, penanaman pohon perdu dan bunga di sekitar lahan pertanian. Adanya adat bakti dusun, selamatan air di sumber-sumber air desa dengan membersihkan saluran air, selamatan makan dan doa bersama, ini juga merupakan nilai-nilai kearifan lokal di beberapa desa daerah di Jawa Tengah yang bisa kita temui bersama, yang biasa disebut sebagai susuk wangang ataupun dauhan dan lain sebagainya. Adapun di dalam ajaran Sabta Dharma sendiri, kita juga ada konsep yang menceritakan bagaimana penghayat bertani. Misalnya dalam ajaran Sabta Dharma, unsur alam digambarkan dalam simbol pribadi manusia, di mana manusia dalam dimensi alam semesta harus bisa menyelaraskan diri bersama alam yang digambarkan dengan warna hijau yang mengandung sinar cahaya Allah yang berwarna hijau moyo. Dalam sujudnya, penghayat menyembah Allah yang Maha Kuasa, diawali dengan proses pencapaian titik cahaya ketenangan yang disebut sebagai pandangan 1 meter, yang di dalamnya mencakup pernafasan, mengolah getaran kasar mencapai getaran halus air suci, sehingga bersatu padunya getaran sinar cahaya Allah dengan getaran air suci yang sangat halus di dalam tubuh pribadi manusia, ini akan menimbulkan daya kekuatan yang sangat luar biasa. Daya kekuatan yang sangat luar biasa ini disebut sebagai atom berjiwa yang sangat bermanfaat di dalam kehidupan sehari-hari. Misalnya saja dalam dunia pertanian, untuk memupuk sawah misalnya, dengan cara berdiri menghadap ke timur, kemudian hening mengucapkan asma Allah 3, Allah yang Maha Agung, Allah yang Maha Rohim, Allah yang Maha Adil, kemudian getaran dari telapak kaki hingga getaran masuk ke dalam tanah, lalu mengucapkan asma Allah 3 di dalam hati yang disebut dengan sabda, lalu disabdalah subur. Demikian juga dalam hal pemberantasan hama tanaman dengan cara yang sama, hening, pernapasan, dan seterusnya. Kemudian sabdanya adalah bebas hama. Baik, next. Selanjutnya kami ingin melihat ketahanan pangan perempuan penghayat di masa pandemi. Masa pandemi ini bagi perempuan penghayat menjadi sebuah pengingat dan refleksi bahwa daya kekuatan manusia amatlah kecil. Pandemi COVID mengingatkan manusia untuk semakin mendekatkan diri kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, menyelaraskan diri dengan lingkungan dan alam semesta, dan merekatkan jalinan kemanusiaan sesama manusia. Kemudian ada prinsip nerimo ing pandum. Ini sudah next ya, PowerPoint-nya. Bisa minta tolong selanjutnya. Dan ada juga prinsip nerimo ing pandum, segala sesuatu yang diterima harus kita syukuri. Ada hikmah yang bisa dipetik di baliknya. Penghayat tetap menekuni bidang pekerjaannya masing-masing selama pandemi ini dan menguatkan basis ketahanan keluarganya. Mereka juga berinovasi dan atau alih profesi demi mempertahankan kelangsungan hidupnya. Next. Kemudian juga ada penerapan sistem gotong royong dan subsidi silang. Pada hakikatnya manusia adalah makhluk sosial, tolong-menolong kepada siapa saja menjadi satu wawarah bagi penghayat kepercayaan dan menjadi kewajiban bagi penghayat kepercayaan untuk saling tolong-menolong satu sama lain tanpa membedakan suku, agama, dan lain sebagainya. Misalnya di musim pandemi ini ada kegiatan gotong royong, penyemprotan bersama, disinfektan di lingkungan, baik itu tempat kerja maupun juga tempat ibadah. Kemudian ada subsidi silang, pemberian bantuan sembako, uang, dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian ada bakti sosial, dan masih banyak yang lainnya, tentunya kegiatan-kegiatan kemanusiaan seperti donor darah, dan lain sebagainya. Kemudian selain itu di bidang ekonomi dan ketahanan pangan, ada beberapa upaya yang dilakukan, misalnya adalah pembuatan ekonomi kreatif group untuk mengenalkan dan memasarkan produk usaha perempuan penghayat kepercayaan. Kemudian ada pembentukan kelompok UMKM penghayat kepercayaan di daerah, dan juga ada kami bergabung dalam pelatihan bisnis Sri Kandi Lintas Iman dan juga Sri Bakulan. Lalu ada pelatihan ekonomi Puan Hayati, pemanfaatan dan pengolahan lahan pertanian bagi para petani, dan juga adanya tren positif terkait ketahanan pangan, yaitu adanya urban farming, hortikultura, dan pemanfaatan lahan pekarangan yang musim pandemi ini justru semakin meningkat trennya. Dan juga kami sangat mengapresiasi bantuan pemerintah di masa pandemi ini. Ada misalnya pemberian banpres senilai 2,4 juta kepada pengusaha UMKM, pemberian bansos, pemberian kartu prakerja, dan pemberian realisasi stimulus bagi perbankan, yang beberapa penghayat juga, ya.
Please 2 more minutes. Thank you.
Dan beberapa penghayat pun juga mendapatkan bantuan tersebut. Baik, kita langsung ke suka duka petani. Ini adalah mungkin sama seperti yang dialami oleh petani pada umumnya. Bagaimana bahagianya petani ketika musim panen tiba. Lalu kita melihat bagaimana pertanian Indonesia ini merupakan sektor yang sangat potensial menyumbang ekspor senilai 15,79%. Dan Indonesia juga memiliki potensi agraris, iklim yang kondusif untuk mengolah lahan pertaniannya. Akan tetapi konflik agraria yang belum terselesaikan ini menjadi kelemahan dan tantangan bagi para petani dan masyarakat adat. Dan ini kami harapkan pemerintah memiliki upaya yang serius untuk mengesahkan RUU masyarakat adat misalnya, dan juga menanggulangi permasalahan fundamental bangsa Indonesia yang belum sampai saat ini belum terselesaikan, seperti konflik agraria, land reform, dan juga sengketa tanah. Kemudian juga belum adanya sistem kebijakan harga minimal untuk petani. Ini banyak sekali petani penghayat maupun petani pada umumnya yang mengeluhkan hal ini, sehingga terjadi ketidakstabilan harga dan menjadikan nasib petani belum menjanjikan. Lalu adanya persaingan global, adanya perubahan iklim yang berpengaruh terhadap lingkungan dan alam semesta juga merupakan tantangan yang dihadapi oleh petani selain faktor-faktor yang lainnya. Selain itu, saya juga melihat bagaimana studi perbandingan sistem dan kebijakan pertanian di dunia. Misalnya kalau kita lihat di Cina, itu sejak tahun 78 saat kepemimpinan Deng Xiaoping, Cina itu sudah melakukan reformasi bidang ekonomi. Reformasi pertaniannya meliputi sistem produksi, sistem harga pasar. Cina juga sudah bergabung dengan WTO, dan ada sistem subsidi baru diperkenalkan, pajak atas pertanian dihapus, kemudian pendapatan dan kebijakan harga minimum sudah diterapkan di sana. Kemudian kalau lihat di Amerika, itu dalam 2 dekade terakhir ini sudah mengeluarkan 4 undang-undang terkait pertanian, tentang keamanan dan investasi pedesaan, konservasi energi, undang-undang pertanian, dan perbaikan pertanian. Dan ada farm bill juga, seperti di Australia juga, di sana juga sudah ada alokasi anggaran 1 miliar dolar untuk anggaran pertanian 2017 sampai 2023, antara lain tentang dana pemulihan lingkungan, dana keanekaragaman hayati baru, dana program komunitas, dan juga dana untuk solusi iklim. Nah, oleh karena itu diperlukan keseriusan pemerintah Indonesia di bidang pertanian. Makanya kami memberikan beberapa masukan terhadap pemerintah terkait 25 tahun pasca reformasi, ya, menjelang era 25 tahun, kami sudah sangat mengapresiasi upaya-upaya pemerintah dalam menjaga lahan existing pertanian sebagai lahan produksi pertanian, mengelola food estate dan sistem logistik, serta menjaga kestabilan harga 9 pokok. Tetapi masih banyak tantangan sekali lagi yang dihadapi oleh petani kita. Oleh karena itu, kami harapkan ada upaya penyelesaian permasalahan lama, yaitu sengketa tanah, juga reformasi sistem produksi maupun sistem kebijakan yang betul-betul melindungi petani. Di antaranya adalah diberlakukannya kebijakan harga minimum untuk semua hasil pertanian, bukan hanya untuk beras saja. Kemudian adanya manajemen risiko seperti kebijakan kredit maupun asuransi pertanian, dan juga peningkatan monitoring dan pelabelan standar mutu makanan yang sehat dan bergizi. Lalu kesimpulannya di sini Puan Hayati memberikan apresiasi atas upaya pemerintah, sekali lagi atas segala upaya di bidang pertanian. Perempuan penghayat juga mengambil sikap reflektif, menerima ing tandem, gotong royong, inovatif, dan lalu berupaya untuk mewujudkan jalinan kebersamaan sebagai wujud rasa kemanusiaan tanpa membedakan suku, agama dalam menghadapi masa pandemi. Kemudian kami juga menyimpulkan kita perlu menyelesaikan permasalahan-permasalahan fundamental, sekali lagi terkait sengketa tanah yang dihadapi oleh petani-petani kita, masyarakat adat, dan juga semua pemangku kepentingan dengan prinsip keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Kemudian juga perlu adanya reformasi kebijakan dan sistem pertanian untuk mencapai ketahanan dan kedaulatan pangan, serta perlindungan terhadap petani dari persaingan industri dan bisnis global. Kemudian perlunya upaya terintegrasi untuk penyelesaian ini, dan juga perlu adanya upaya taktis peningkatan pendapatan petani Indonesia dengan melakukan pelatihan kewirausahaan, balai latihan kerja, konsultasi atau sekolah pertanian bagi petani selama masa tunggu hasil panen, dan pentingnya penggalian budaya dan nilai-nilai kearifan lokal untuk mencapai kemajuan global, sistem pertanian Indonesia yang selaras dengan budaya, sistem keyakinan adat masyarakat, dan kondisi alam bangsa Indonesia. Baik, sekian, terima kasih atas presentasi kami. Salam Rahayu.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Dwi Setiani Utami. It's kind of very grateful that we can hear from the Puan Hayati about the need to have policy reform and also agricultural reform in Indonesia to achieve food security and sovereignty, and also for the protection for the farmers that you are focusing on, from the industrial competition and also global businesses. And I want to remind you, our speakers and attendees, if you have any kind of questions, you can chat in the chat box. And now we will move to our last speaker, Dr. Paul Martens. He is the Associate Professor of Ethics, Director of Interdisciplinary Programs, and Acting Director of the Baylor Ethics Initiative at Baylor University. He will talk about faith and human dignity in COVID-19. Please, Bapak Paul Martens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to a further conversation, but this has been very rich already. I have a few comments and a few questions, and I'm going to begin with my presentation with simply some observations about the world in which we find ourselves in COVID-19, and then move forward to a couple of comments and suggestions about how human dignity emerges and is very important to this reality that we find ourselves in. So let me just say a couple of things about COVID-19 and how it is both an acceleration of our everyday life prior to COVID-19, but also creates some ruptures. And so here I want to just navigate what exactly COVID-19 is, to say something like it's more of what we regularly experience. It's a radical rupture, but not absolute. So I want to just begin by noting that the technological revolution was underway prior to COVID-19. So the Internet of Things, smart technologies, these are all part and parcel of our existence in 2019 and long before. And this is all part of the new urban agenda. There's a strong affirmation of these realities built into the way in which UN Habitat wants to cultivate our urban environments. And so in the context of COVID-19, we have an acceleration of the use of these, particularly for health surveillance and monitoring. And now what results, of course, with COVID-19 is a radical break in one sense. There's social isolation that's necessary, at least temporarily, and this restructures social, cultural, and political relationships around the world, both locally, regionally, nationally, etc. And so this is what we're experiencing right now. And this is why, in some ways, the negative is this isolation. The positive is we're becoming much more comfortable with this sort of conversation through Zoom. So there is pluses and minuses of this as well. What I want to then note, however, is that in the engagement of this, we have what I'm going to call a contest of meta-narratives. And by meta-narrative, I simply mean something like this. Just an overarching interpretation of events or circumstances, the big story that gives structure and meaning to people's experience. And I want to suggest that there's two attempts at creating meta-narratives that we're wrestling with as we try to make sense of how to live in this COVID world. One of the kind of meta-narratives is produced by governments or nation states. And they attempt to articulate an account of security, that they can provide security from COVID-19, and they have the power to do so. There's a sense in which we all want this kind of security, and the government then steps in to limit what's possible, to control kind of our social arrangements, to prevent the spread of COVID-19. In another corner, we have the economy, or we could say capital. And the economy demands something different. The economy demands that people work and that people continue to buy things, that people continue to consume things. And so the economy offers a very different demand for personal sacrifice to maintain a productive status quo. And so both of these entities produce different big stories about what's going on and how human beings fit into these stories. And I want to suggest that both of these meta-narratives, the one produced by government and the ones produced by the economy, tend to use the Internet of Things and smart technologies. So these are part and parcel of both of these meta-narratives as well. But both of them, and here is where I want to begin to address what I take to be kind of a fundamental challenge, both tend to treat human beings as means to an end beyond themselves. And so governments think of human beings as part of a larger community or part of a larger a country for that matter. And then human beings must be thought of as service to that body of people. And the economy demands a very similar thing, but different, in that human beings, individual human beings, must exist in service to production and the continuation of an economy. And so both of these things have goods in themselves, but as goods to which everything is oriented, human dignity becomes eroded or destroyed in the process. And so I think we've seen in a variety of different contexts, and we could talk about different examples in the question and answer, but the need to reaffirm human dignity. And I just want to present kind of a very basic definition of human dignity, begin with the conversation with this at least. The concept of human dignity emphasizes the uniqueness and irreplaceability of every human being, and that it carries with it the responsibility to honor the dignity of everyone. And this is from the declaration, the Punta del Este Declaration on Human Dignity for Everyone, Everywhere. And this is produced near the end of 2018. And so in the middle of COVID-19, the state and the economy cannot provide a sufficient account of what survival, security, and money are for. They can provide accounts of security, they can provide accounts of how to make money, but neither of those provide adequate accounts of why, in fact, one would care about these things. And so what I want to suggest today is that survival, security, and money ought to be means to an end, but they ought to be means that serve human dignity in a much broader sense. And here's where religious traditions come into the conversation. So human dignity is at the heart of most religious traditions, and it is expressed in very different languages and a wide range of languages. And I'm just going to mention a couple of terms here that are central, but the language of love, charity, community, respect, nonviolence, liberation, and rights. These are a few examples of how human dignity emerges within within religious traditions and is expressed within those. But I think it's also just as important, and I think we've seen this already in the presentations this afternoon, it's important that human dignity is performed in everyday familial, communal, and social practices that are given meaning through religious or spiritual meta-narratives. I want to suggest that one way or another, the meta-narratives provided by religious traditions have to engage, or they do engage, the capital and the economy, and government. And navigating that contest is a challenge, and it will always be a challenge. And I think COVID highlights this. And I want to just talk about very briefly 2 examples from the American context. So here in the United States, and I think this is replicated in different ways around the world, but there is a small corner of religious adherents that disbelieve that, or don't believe that COVID-19 is something that's real or something to be worried about. And one can laugh at that and say they're just idiots and they don't know science. But the fact of the matter is, their disbelief in COVID really has very little to do with science and much more about who gets to determine what the world looks like. And so at a deeper level, it's a real deep distrust of what the government or what the media is telling us about reality. And it's a refusal to let the government or the media define the world in which we live. And it's these same folks that then have a strong interest in reinforcing or appealing to religious freedom. So that's one way in which the religious traditions in America have negatively engaged COVID-19. And another side, in a much more positive engagement, many of the Christians in America, whether or not COVID-19 is more or less dangerous than the flu, or more or less, the probability is more or less that they're going to die from it, are much more willing to wear a mask because they're worried about the effect it will have on somebody else that they encounter. So it's not, the wearing of a mask and social distancing isn't driven by a fear of self-preservation, but in most cases, it's driven by a desire not to threaten the health of their neighbors. And this is then also deeply rooted in the Christian tradition in another way. And so this is where the meta-narrative provided by a religious tradition gives people a way to engage COVID-19 that isn't primarily subservient to either the government or the economy. And so I want to suggest that anyone interested in engaging people seriously, they will have to negotiate these religious traditions as they seek to engage social practices of any sort. And I want to suggest that religious traditions have the resources for resisting the erosion of human dignity that is often the case in the treatments by the state or the economy. And so looking then forward to the future, I want to also then conclude with a couple of comments. COVID-19 is just one of many occasions that will challenge human civilization over the next decades. Yes, it's unique, but it's not that unique. And things like it are going to continue to challenge our civilization moving forward on a global scale. And yet COVID-19 reminds us that in the new urban agenda, notions of innovation, resilience, and security must be reconsidered in a broader context, especially the precariousness of human dignity in the face of economic, political, and technological effacement. And by effacement, all I mean is the erasure of individuality. And here's where the mask is symbolic of what it looks like to at least partially efface someone. But our economic system and our technology can do this much more effectively. And I want to suggest that we should try to remove that precariousness by fully recognizing the equal social importance of more basic tasks like building, transporting, serving, and caring for people in our society. These are arts. These need to be cultivated carefully, and they're designed to serve dignity, and they should be treated as such. These are not primarily designed to be efficient, although that's helpful, and resilience is important. But in that process, human dignity has to be central to these arrangements. And so what I would want to, as we look forward, I want to encourage us then to recognize that creative engagement with religious traditions and faith communities is and will be essential to this task, even if sometimes it looks like they oppose the state and the economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Paul Martins. And as you said that you relate the IoT or Internet of Things with the new urban agenda, that it's kind of interesting for me because we already have the provider of IoT for this COVID era. So for me, myself, the IoT is kind of very influential and very useful in this pandemic. And also you relate the meta-narrative of nation states to the capital of the economic order. So it's also kind of interesting for me because in this era, there are uncertainty about our income or and the outcome of our economic level, and also you also mentioned on how we can believe or keep our belief in our religious tradition. So it kind of maybe we can open a discussion in here. And and we have one question from Diana Butler. She said, "Thank you, Prof. Ketut, Reverend Nusia, and to all of our speakers." Okay, it's not a question, sorry. And do we have more questions? So you can raise your hand or you can ask in the chat room, please. Okay, maybe if you do not have yet, maybe later, but I have some questions to maybe Professor Ketut, that how can you distinguish or how can you implement the microcosm and macrocosm to build the stability in this COVID era?
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I just would like to inform you that in Bali we have the concept of microcosmos and the macrocosmos, and it's just hard for us if we look at the government per se on how the government should solve the problem regarding the pandemic or COVID-19 pandemic, where the people don't really agree with the formal institution rather than just look at the traditional institution. We call it desa adat. Desa adat like Banjar in Bali, and also we know the concept of marga that is happen in Sumatra or West Sumatra. It's negari, yeah, negari in West Sumatra, and in Bali is Banjar. But actually we have some problem on how the government on or to solve the problem, since the government under the governor try to instruct to implement the role of the desa adat on to take part in this process of the recovery. So this is very difficult because the desa adat Banjar is not like the modern or bureaucratic system. So this desa adat is a local village already rooted in that long time, and the desa adat much based on the other tradition and also religious aspect. But if we look at the on how the government try to give the funding for the every or each desa adat 15 million per for each desa adat, maybe that's maybe have some problematic. Since we know that in Bali, desa adat it's very difficult to ask to invite people to come, because we know there are two kind of regulation awik-awik. That is the formal. This is the I mean the basic regulation for the local village in Bali. That is the awik-awik. But if we have some problem on how we should try to put a certain certain regulation to revise the awik-awik, we should revise the pararam. Pararam is the pararam. It is possible if we can, or if we succeeded to invite some people come to the Banjar and then elect us or determine some regulation or decision. But this is a very difficult situation since nobody do the physical distancing. How we can the member of the local adat can come to the Banjar? That's the problem now on how we should make differences between the microcosmos, the body of the soul of the human being, and the macrocosmos is that's the world where the people live.
Okay, thank you very much for the response. And we have one question from Diana Butler to two speakers, maybe Reverend Josia. It's about how maybe we can talk about kesehatan jiwa or our soul health, that can one or two speakers address their experience of working with mental health these days? So, bagaimana Bapak bisa bekerja atau menjaga kesehatan mental pada era pandemi ini?
Terima kasih untuk Ibu Diana ya, Ibu Diana Butter. Terkhusus untuk karena saya berbicara terkait dengan orang Bali Kristen ya. Secara pemikiran, kemudian juga persoalan-persoalan yang ada, tentu kami juga merasa stres, merasa sesuatu yang tidak nyaman dan terkait dengan yang biasanya terjadi komunitas tidak bisa terjadi seperti biasa. Nah, bagaimana memaintain itu semua? Ya, yang bisa kami lakukan adalah tentu lebih banyak dekat kepada Tuhan. Ya, semua agama pasti mengajarkan hal demikian. Tapi hal komunal ini yang mungkin terbatas karena social distancing itu. Tapi yang bisa lebih adalah saling menguatkan sama lain. Nah, bagaimana caranya? Tentu dengan memanfaatkan teknologi itu kembali. Ya, teknologi dengan kita tetap bisa beribadah meskipun tidak bertemu. Nah, tentu dengan penguatan satu sama lain. Mungkin seperti itu yang bisa saya jelaskan. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Maybe to Miss Dwi Setiani Utami, maybe you want to answer the question from Miss Diana Butler.
Tentang kesehatan mental jiwa, di dalam penghayat kepercayaan memang kita diajarkan untuk belajar tentang keseimbangan rasa, yaitu antara jasmani dan rohani kita harus seimbang. Misalnya saja dalam jasmani kita perlu untuk menyehatkan diri, itu dalam tubuh kita kan terdiri dari berbagai organ, ada jantung, ada paru-paru dan lain sebagainya. Ini sangat terpengaruh pada saat kita mengolah rohani kita dalam bentuk sujud, misalnya dalam penghayat Sabta Dharma, ketika kita mengolah pernafasan, kemudian mengolah getaran, hingga mencapai apa yang disebut dengan atom berjiwa, sekali lagi ini sangat bermanfaat sekali untuk kesehatan dan keseimbangan rasa dalam pribadi manusia. Dan juga dalam faktor logika maupun faktor jasmani yang bisa kita lakukan sehari-hari, kita juga diajarkan untuk membagi waktu dengan baik dan benar, kapan waktunya untuk beribadah, untuk mengolah rohani kita, kemudian kapan juga waktunya kita mengolah jasmani kita, misalnya dengan refleksi diri, kemudian juga perlunya peningkatan diri tentunya dengan belajar maupun sharing pengalaman seperti yang kita lakukan pada siang hari ini, yang tentunya bisa bermanfaat sekali untuk kesehatan mental dan jiwa. Mungkin itu dari saya. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much. And there is one question from Mr. Diki Sofian. I was wondering how the panelists see the ways and means to really ensure that human dignity is embedded, applied, and enforced in the regularity and policy frameworks. It seems that human dignity is more philosophical than an immediate urgency. Considering this ongoing pandemic, this could be potentially problematic. Maybe to Dr. Paul Martens, please.
Sure, thank you. That's a great question. And Pak Diki, I want to say just a couple of things here. First, your question assumes that regulatory and policy frameworks supporting human dignity existed prior to COVID-19. And I think that might be an ambitious assumption in a variety of ways. So that's one thing. But the second thing I want to say very clearly is that the most obvious thing is to ensure that the limits imposed to address COVID-19 are temporary. Now, it's going to be hard to go back. We can't really go back to a world that existed before COVID-19, but we're going to have to be careful that the temporary kind of restrictions on human dignity don't remain in place. And I think this is going to be an uphill battle. And the way in which policy is going to be driven here is locally driven and and it's going to be the self-determination of people who are interested in this. And this is where the policy and kind of general philosophical convictions are deeply entwined, because unless you have a reason to fight for a policy, and these policies are going to have to be fought for, unless you have a good, deep kind of seated reason to fight for these, they're not going to change. And I think this is where the kind of basic religious convictions have to be mobilized and implemented. But this can't be done hierarchically. This has to be done kind of locally and organically in different places in different ways.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ketut. You want to respond?
Yeah, I just look at the WhatsApp from Yekti. I think this is also very problematic for us because the problem of COVID-19 is not really parallel with the development of our local adat or our local adat development. So we need work more on how we should practice or use the technology, system technology to our Banjar or our adat local village regulation. I think that's more important. For instance, on how we should know about the number of people who as a victim of the COVID-19 or on what, and also how many people are as we considered as the poor people, for instance. It's very difficult to get this data at this time in the local village or the desa adat. And therefore, if you look at for the second question from Yekti Maunati about the task force, the term of task force, or we don't know, the task force is necessarily relevant with our concept in the traditional structure of the Balinese society. We call it as pecalang, for instance. Satgas, it's not really in the context of pecalang or the traditional bureaucratic system in Bali. So that means maybe in some case it works, but in some cases it doesn't really work about the what we call it the Satgas or task force concept, task force concept. Yeah, I think that is the problem now.
Okay, thank you very much. It's to the question from Bu Yekti Maunati, how is Satgas Gotong Royong in Bali assisting adat community to deal with pandemic? And maybe to Reverend Josia, do you want to say an input on how the Satgas Gotong Royong in Singaraja happen?
Ya, terkait dengan Satgas gotong royong itu kan ranahnya desa. Tadi sudah disampaikan terkait dengan pecalang, kadang-kadang dia bisa masuk ke sana, kadang-kadang juga tidak sesuai. Tapi bagi kami di komunitas kami juga punya Satgas. Tapi tidak untuk mengambil alih tugas Satgas, tapi untuk membackup-nya. Lalu kemudian hal-hal apa yang misalnya terkait dengan komunitas kami, itu kami sampaikan ke Satgas. Misalnya terkait dengan data, terkait dengan seperti misalnya kami punya Satgas di Denpasar, MBM. Kalau sekarang ini kan karantina mandiri tidak lagi ditempatkan di hotel. Kami buat sendiri ruangan khusus untuk itu. Kalau seandainya ada di komunitas kami yang terpapar virus corona. Sehingga dalam hal ini terkait dengan Satgas, memang tidak mudah untuk mengkoneksikan satu sama lain. Tapi kami di komunitas kecil kami mengadakannya, membuatnya untuk membackup ya Satgas nasional ataupun Satgas yang dari daerah. Demikian, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much to Reverend Josia. And do you have any more questions to our panelists? Please write in the chat room. Okay, while we are waiting, I also have kind of an interesting question to Dr. Paul Martens. I want to ask you on how about the religious belief that if there are some kind of communities, religious communities, how can we cooperate or how can we adapt to this new pandemic era? Because we need to unfortunately adapt to this new era. Thank you very much.
That is a great question. And I think one way, there's a variety of ways I think one could answer this question, but I think in one sense, all of our religious traditions have accounts of tragedy and suffering built into them. So we all have religious traditions that have encountered suffering in the past. And so there's a sense in which we can all draw upon these individually or distinctly to engage challenges as they currently present themselves. I think the more difficult thing is going to be religious communities cooperating together to create coalitions, if you will, to then move forward to address the challenges that COVID has presented us with. Suffering and death in all of our traditions are perfectly acceptable in different ways, and we deal with them differently. But I think this is the kind of challenge that will force us to talk together and to work together and to share goals together in ways that will redefine the way in which we exist today. And I take that to be a good that could come out of this context.
Okay, thank you. How about the conservatives then? I mean, like if they have any kind of dogma that, for example, like we need to meet up, like there is no social distancing. What do you think? What we can do about that? Thank you.
Yes, that is a very good question, and that gets to the heart of the real issue here. And I think every conservative Christian that I know would say things like they love their neighbor. They would say things like you're supposed to care for people who are in need. You're supposed to feed those that are hungry, etc. And I think what the difficulty is, and I think it's something that we can actually do fairly well, and I think different contexts, different traditions have resources for this as well, is to re-describe the situation with the terms and the language and the categories that they understand. Because none of them want to hurt or kill people for no reason. Innocent people are always valued. So what we have to be able to articulate is that the concern for COVID-19 isn't giving into the government or science or something. We have to articulate this as a way of expressing what's fundamental to our religious traditions. And I think we've done that very poorly, but I think we can do that much better. And I think then we'd find allies in places where we currently don't imagine that's possible. And now that might be a bit ambitious, but I think it's actually quite possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Paul Martens. And there is one question from Diana Butler to Ms. Dwi. Does Ibu Dwi know of how some of the smaller faith groups guide people these days, given the physical distancing measures? Are there groups that use WhatsApp or online guidance? How do they check that people are okay in the sense of mental health if cannot meet face-to-face? Please, Ms. Dwi.
Musim pandemi melaksanakan ibadah secara online, dan di masing-masing organisasi maupun kelembagaan di dalamnya kami juga memiliki WA group tentunya dari tingkat pusat hingga daerah. Selain itu setelah new normal itu kami juga sudah melakukan kegiatan tatap muka tentunya dengan sesuai dengan protokoler kesehatan 5M. Di sana kami sudah bertemu dan juga melakukan dialog bersama rekan-rekan di komunitas, dan tentunya di sela-sela acara kegiatan tadi, baik itu pembinaan secara online maupun WA group maupun juga temu tatap muka secara langsung, biasa kami selalu bertegur sapa, beramah tamah untuk mengetahui kondisi satu sama lain. Dan biasanya kondisi kesehatan terutama terkait COVID-19 ataupun hal yang lain terkait pangruti layon atau kematian di penghayat kepercayaan biasanya akan secara cepat dari mulut ke mulut itu sampai ke telinga kami seperti itu, dan saya kira ini menjadi satu kebiasaan atau hal yang banyak juga masyarakat ataupun komunitas lain juga lakukan. Saya kira untuk di komunitas penghayat kami baru melakukan secara itu untuk mengetahui kondisi satu sama lain, atau selain itu mungkin juga bisa dialog secara by phone seperti itu. Baik, terima kasih Ibu Diana. Apakah ada feedback?
Okay, maybe from Miss Diana Butler, maybe you have other response. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And do you have any more questions, please, in this panel? Maybe you want to raise your hands if you want, if you have. Okay, if not, then maybe we will go to the closing remarks from Reverend Josiah first, and then Prof. Patut, please.
Terkait dengan iman dan juga martabat manusia selama pandemi. Hal ini memang dua-duanya harus berjalan bersama-sama dan kemudian harus bersinergi satu sama lain. Dan artinya masalah yang bersama-sama ini tidak bisa diselesaikan secara sendiri-sendiri. Ada pemerintah, kemudian di Bali ada desa adat, ya, kemudian ada akademisi, dan juga ada komunitas kecil kami pun, kami ingin berperan serta supaya kita bisa segera keluar dari pandemi ini. Itu tentu harapan kita semua, dan itu jangan menyerah, pasti ada jalan keluar untuk segala persoalan yang ada. Dan terlebih di dalam tubuh yang sehat, ada jiwa yang sehat. Di dalamnya ada roh yang sehat. Oleh karena itu kita harus menjaga semuanya supaya tetap sehat. Dan terakhir, salam sehat dan semangat. Amin.
Oke, terima kasih, Prof.
Okay, thank you. So I really agree that the problem of or the concept of human dignity is not just like the concept of a philosophical point of view. I think I really agree with Diki Sofyan about this. And then I think we need more research on how the people in the past face the problem of virus and also the problem of pandemic. And we in Bali, in our local concept, we call it Segering Agung. That's maybe because we know that it's very limited. We are blank and no so much reference about this. So that we need more detail and more analytical research on this issue, so that we can see on how the local knowledge, not only in Bali, and also but also in other parts of the Indonesia archipelago, in West Sumatra, in East Nusa Tenggara, or in Papua. I really believe that they have already their own ways, their own local knowledge on how they face so many challenges in coping with the pandemic, COVID. If we have this kind of conclusion or solution, I think we will have faced the problem of virus not really difficult like what happened in the present day in Indonesia, maybe also in other rest of the world. We will have a more different and more strategy and more ways of thinking on how we should the local people should face the problem, and then we will give a better future for our young generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to Ms. Dwi Setiani Utami, maybe you want to have a closing remarks. Ms. Dwi Setiani Utami. Okay, then maybe we can go to Dr. Paul Martins.
My simple closing remarks is thank you very much. I think this is a conversation that is ongoing. We need to draw from our historical resources. We need to draw from the local knowledge. I think I totally agree with that. And I think we ought not to give up hope. I think our traditions and our communities have survived in the past, and they will continue to survive. And we have to be open to a reality that might look a little different than the current one. But I'm optimistic, and I think collectively, as we continue to work through this, we will certainly get through it. And we need to build then the life that we want to live as we move through it. So thank you. This has been great.
Okay, thank you very much. How about Miss Dwi Setiani? Are you there?
Ya, baik. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas acara yang luar biasa yang dilaksanakan pada siang hari ini, dan Puan Hayati turut diundang untuk bisa berkontribusi baik itu secara present kehadiran ataupun kontribusi pemikiran yang bisa untuk digunakan untuk kemajuan bangsa Indonesia. Dan kami harap masukan-masukan kami tadi bisa ada follow up selanjutnya, baik di dalam regulasi untuk bangsa Indonesia ataupun di dalam event bersama ICRS, UNHI maupun LIPI selanjutnya. Dan kami menyadari bahwa upaya integrasi regulasi seperti apa yang sudah saya paparkan tadi tidaklah mudah, karena kita juga terkendala faktor ekonomi, dan ini menjadi satu PR untuk pemikiran kita di langkah selanjutnya. Pengawalan dan secara terintegrasi baik itu dari akademisi LSM maupun pemerintah tentunya diperlukan agar bisa ada pengawalan secara berkesinambungan untuk mencapai kemajuan bersama. Baik, terima kasih atas waktu yang diberikan. Selamat siang, salam Rahayu.
Thank you very much for all of our speakers. And I think in this discussion, we can conclude that even though there are kind of a pandemic era in this time, but we will not lose hope, and I hope everything will be okay and keep healthy. And thank you. Okay, I will move to the MC, please.
Thank you, Ms. Radita, for moderating this last session, and to all of the speakers for your interesting and informative presentation. Dear distinguished guests and participants, this is the last agenda for today's event. Before we end this International NGO Forum, I would like to invite Dr. Leonard Epafras to the podium, and on behalf of all the committee members to give a few closing words.
Thank you very much, Mbak Putri, for MC for us all here. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan, dan salam rahayu. First of all, I want to thank very much for the speakers, participants, moderators, and committee, including also translators, both the bilingual translator and sign language translators, for the hard works that allow us to be convened in this very honorable meeting that's helped us to cope and sharing our experience, coping with the pandemic era and envision for the coming post-pandemic era. Here I try to summarize the three sessions. We have three sessions since in the morning. The first one is the title is the theme on inclusive and accessibility. I need to apologize for the technical glitches happening in the first session, but hopefully the substance remains there. Secondly, we have the session on urban sustainability. And the third one, we just finished in the third session, faith and human dignity during pandemic. Yeah, next. Before I continue, I just want to remind us that this program is, in fact, is part of the 15 years of ICRS service to the world, to Indonesia and to the world. Next slide, please. Yeah. Yeah, okay, this is the 15 years. This is the logo. So ICRS having the motto of engaging diversity. So diversity, that's why our programs today, along with LIPI and along with UNHI, supported by Bangda and supported by Ford Foundation, is in fact make a gathering, allow us coming from different background, religious background, religious engagement, or other social engagement, to work together, to share our experience, to allow us knew each other, and to allow us to think about the issues beyond the pandemic. Yeah, so the purpose of my present wrap-up session is R2. The first one is to bind as much as possible the keywords, general concern, try to connect the dots rendered by all the speakers and engagement through questions and answers from the participants and so on and so forth. That's the first task of this wrap-up. The second one, since we have another session, another program on Thursday, April 8th, 2021, the Mayor Symposium. So our today's engagement is an attempt to fit the insights, bring up to the Mayor Symposium, and hopefully to create interface with the government officials in charge with public policy in their respective regions. There's some of the speakers that's directly or straightforward talking to or appeal to the government mandate, for example, from Mbak Irma from Kawal COVID and also from Mbak Dwi, that's appeal to the government to do their mandate, the constitutional mandate to maintain the welfare of these nations. Okay, there's in fact very difficult for me to wrap up. Hopefully, but I will try. This is my job. Is it already the next slide? Yeah. Okay. If I may, of course, this is very subjective. This is very coming from my limited observation and limited understanding of the insights, especially because I cannot entirely fully follow up all the sessions, all the question and answers, and all the presentations, but I try as much as possible. There's two keywords that I think bind us all. The first one is justice. And I, as a Christian, I want to quote coming from the Bible verses, Bible passage from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 16, verse 20. Justice, justice shall you pursue. Hanya keadilan yang engkau harus kejar. I think, I strongly believe, many of us coming from different religious background, coming from different spiritual backgrounds, whether you have affiliation with certain religion or you feel yourself not so much affiliated with religion, you understand that we have a very much in our DNA the appeal of justice. So the next slide, for example, I try to wrap up. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah. So in part of justice, would you please to make it full screen so I can see all the points? Ini di bagian saya nggak begitu kelihatan bagian bawahnya. Okay, thank you. Hopefully all the participants can see. I tried it. It is not so much. Is it not even a good English expression? But anyway, the points I can make up. So, for example, from Mas Anton about citizen journalism is truly try to bring the voice of the voiceless, and especially because even though digital is part of our life, our daily life, there is a limited social awareness on social issues. People truly like, especially it's also part of my research projects that's in digital world, civic engagement is very limited. There are social engagement, digital engagement, technological engagement, but very limited of civic engagement. There are many issues, social issues that need to be put forward. So there's a injustice situation that in which citizen journalism is one way to cope with that situation, especially to bring the voice of the voiceless. Of course, and also coming from the insights from Pak, siapa namanya gede, the second speaker, I cannot recall. Gede Krishna, Rumah Intaran is talking about also the justice to our lifestyle and to our micro environment. We are not talking about big environment, only big narrative, meta narrative in terms of Paul Martins, but also we are talking about managing our micro environment. And Ibu Diane beautifully appeal to us, not only appeal, but bring us to locate ourselves into our micro environment, see around us, and finding hope, finding our fellows, and so on and so forth, through reculturalization, this is my term, consumption control or consumption management, the activation of new consciousness about our location in our natural life, and coming back to the village as our source of life. This is very challenging, especially coming from the insight from Mbak Irma. Of course, yes, if you're living in the village environments, it's probably we can reculturalize ourselves. But how about if you're living in the dense population areas in the city, in the urban setting? But again, it is the appeal for us, the appeal for justice to our lifestyle. Of course, from Michael Northcott, we hear a near apocalyptic warning, but I think what he's trying to appeal to us is the fundamental restructuration of our lives, fundamental restructuration of injustice system, imbalance system. So especially in the emergence of the regime of surveillance. So pandemic is continuation of the regime of surveillance. And of course, also in disclosing, that's the meaning of apocalypse, disclosing the secret, disclosing our mismanagement coming from the pre-pandemic era. It's not only in pandemic. Pandemic is simply pointing out how our management is so bad, especially the mismanagement of public space. Also, we hear the voice of justice to the disabled or people with disabilities. I make a wrong mistake of English mistakes here. So from Risna, yeah, this is a very important, especially because one of our ICRS research is dealing with women with disabilities or disabled women that's having triple burdens during the pandemic. It's already mentioned as well by Risma through certain cases. Also, we are talking about justice means also appeal to equity and the demand for more political commitment on the priority of the public health. This is strongly voiced by Mbak Irma. And I think, yeah, that's the keyword, the first keyword. The second keyword is, next please. I found this is the second keyword, resilience, adaptation, and flourishing. Especially, it's strongly, the message strong rendered through the second sessions on the sustainable cities, yes, sustainable urban living. Yeah, next please. Yeah, then we hear the appeal is the importance of focusing on agency and actor, especially appear with the engagement with Ibu Diane, with Pak Michael, and also Mbak Dwi from Puan Hayati, from who else? Other ya Pak Prof. Ardana, terus and also Pastor Yogi, that's focusing on agency and actor. This is a very much, yeah, if you are coming from the social sciences, the dichotomy of structure and agency. I think it's important to have, that's I think Paul Martens tried to insert himself to have a what's called meso-analysis. Meso-analysis is connecting between the macro-analysis that try to stand against the injustice structure and so on and so forth, and also make a connection interface to the micro-analysis that's very much atomistic, try to understand the world of pandemic from very personal group community level experiences. So I think the importance to have a meso analysis is try to make an interface between macro analysis and micro analysis. And I think many of the presentations mentioned about the tactic and strategy to deal with the real questions on the ground. Pak Henry talking about the 3P, people, planet, and profit. Try to make balance about that. Of course, we are coming from the more activist part. Try to challenge that situation, but I think it is important to truly have tactic and strategy that deal with the real questions on the ground. That's also mentioned by Paul Martens. The second resilience is also in terms of checking the public policy. Mbak Irma, Mbak Dwi strongly mentioned that. And I borrow from Paul Martens about the idea of meta-narrative. Yeah. The important point is, again, focusing on agency actor in preserving human dignity. So we appeal to the public policy makers in order to maintain human dignity. It's not always because of short-sighted, very subjective interest, but we also thinking about more envisioning a more larger public policy effect. The third resilience is through actualizing the intangible cultures that's strongly mentioned by Ibu Diane, and also by the example coming from Pastor Yogi, resilience in terms of community creativity, that also the examples came from Mbak Dwi and others speakers. Finally, from Andre and others, Prof. Ardana and Pastor Yogi, Ibu Diane, there is also resilience in terms, what I try to paraphrase Paul Martens, resilience also a kind of resilience, hope is an expression of resilience. And it's also talking about human life. We also talking about even celebrating something within the pandemic. We lament, but also celebrate something in order to create meaning and push forward spirituality. In this regards, local knowledge and human dignity from religious spiritual resources is deemed important. Okay, the last slide. Again, I mentioned the purpose of this wrap-up session is, would you please do the last slide? Slide terakhir, tolong. Ya, terima kasih. Yeah, not to forget, because again, the purpose of the wrap-up is to fit our insights today to the public policy maker in the Thursday's meeting. So don't miss this meeting. I think the committee already shared the link as well, the Zoom link. So please join, and you can distribute the link to everybody that's having the same concern with us, concerned citizens, to join this meeting, the Mayor Symposium. That's we going to finalize our program on co-designing sustainable, just, and smart urban living through civic engagement and policy advocacy. So hopefully through our engagement today, there's a lot of more ideas to think, especially from the public policy makers. So thank you very much once again to all the participants, to the speakers, to the moderators, to the committee, to everybody that's involved, and to everybody that's truly want to see a betterment of our life and envision to the post-pandemic period. Thank you very much. Om Swastiastu.
Thank you, Dr. Leonard Epafras, for the closing remarks. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of this event. Before we close this event, let's take picture together, and for the participants that join by Zoom, please open your camera. Okay, let's take picture together from count 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay, one more. 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay. Okay. Is it enough? Okay. Okay, and I would like to inform to all of the participants to fill the presence form in the chat column before you leave the Zoom. And on behalf of all the committee members, I would like to express my utmost gratitude to all of the distinguished guests, speakers, participants, translator, interpreter, for making this event successful. And I wish you all the pleasant day. Thank you. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera, rahayu, and good afternoon.
Universitas Hindu Indonesia merupakan universitas Hindu pertama yang ada di Indonesia yang telah berdiri sejak tahun 1963. Fakultas yang terdapat pada Universitas Hindu Indonesia yaitu Fakultas Ilmu Agama Seni dan Budaya, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Pendidikan, Fakultas Teknologi Informasi dan Sains, Fakultas Ekonomi Bisnis dan Pariwisata, Fakultas Kesehatan Ayurveda, fakultas yang terdapat pada Fakultas Teknik, program Magister S2 serta program Doktoral S3, Fakultas Hukum, bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten pada bidangnya. Universitas Hindu Indonesia senantiasa selalu memberikan fasilitas terbaik pada pendidikan dengan ditunjang berbagai fasilitas pendukung seperti laboratorium dan ruang belajar yang kondusif. Fakultas Teknik, program Magister S2 serta program Doktoral S3. Bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang kompeten pada bidangnya.
Hai, perkenalkan nama saya Niko Mangayu Sri Fatma Dewi. Di Universitas Hindu Indonesia, saya memilih jurusan manajemen di Fakultas Ekonomi. Kenapa saya memilih di UNHI? Karena fakultas ekonominya berbeda dengan fakultas ekonomi di universitas lainnya. Nah, karena saya memilih jurusan manajemen, ada mata kuliah berbasis Hindu yang hanya ada di Universitas Hindu Indonesia.
Kami percaya bahwa setiap pemuda-pemudi bangsa, khususnya di Bali, memiliki potensi yang besar dalam andil pembangunan daerah dan juga dalam skala nasional. Bersama kami, Universitas Hindu Indonesia menyongsong masa depan yang lebih baik. Kami percaya bahwa setiap pemuda-pemudi bangsa, khususnya di Bali, memiliki potensi yang besar dalam andil pembangunan daerah dan juga dalam skala nasional. Bersama kami, Universitas Hindu Indonesia menyongsong masa depan yang lebih baik. Kami percaya bahwa setiap pemuda-pemudi bangsa, khususnya di Bali, memiliki potensi yang besar dalam andil pembangunan daerah dan juga dalam skala nasional. Bersama kami, Universitas Hindu Indonesia menyongsong masa depan yang lebih baik. Universitas Hindu Indonesia merupakan universitas Hindu pertama yang ada di Indonesia yang telah berdiri sejak tahun 1963. Fakultas yang terdapat pada Universitas Hindu Indonesia yaitu Fakultas Ilmu Agama Seni dan Budaya, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Pendidikan, Universitas Hindu Indonesia Teknologi Informasi dan Sains Hindu pertama yang ada di Indonesia, Fakultas Ekonomi yang telah berdiri sejak tahun 1906, Fakultas Kesehatan Ayurveda, fakultas yang terdapat pada Universitas Teknik Hindu Indonesia yaitu program Magister S2 serta program Doktoral S3, Fakultas Hukum, Bertujuan untuk Fakultas Pendidikan kompeten pada bidangnya, Universitas Indonesia Teknologi Informasi dan Sains pada pendidikan yang ada di Fakultas Ekonomi Bisnis dan Pariwisata, Laboratorius dan Fakultas Kesehatan Ayurveda, fakultas yang terdapat pada lintas teknik di Indonesia yaitu program Magister S2 serta program doktoral S3, Fakultas Hukum, bertujuan untuk Fakultas Pendidikan kompeten pada bidangnya, Universitas Teknologi Informasi dan Sains pada Indonesia yang memiliki jurusan manajemen bisnis dan pariwisata, Laboratorius dan Fakultas Kesehatan Ayurveda dengan Fakultas Ekonomi fakultas yang terdapat pada lintas teknik karena saya memilih jurusan manajemen, ada mata kuliah berbasis program Magister S2 atau program doktoral S3, Fakultas Hukum, bertujuan untuk Fakultas Pendidikan kompeten pada bidangnya, Universitas Teknologi Informasi dan Sains pada Indonesia yang memiliki jurusan manajemen bisnis dan pariwisata, Laboratorius dan Fakultas Kesehatan Ayurveda dengan Fakultas Ekonomi fakultas yang terdapat pada lintas teknik karena saya memilih jurusan manajemen, ada mata kuliah berbasis program Magister S2 atau program doktoral S3, Fakultas Hukum, bertujuan untuk Fakultas Pendidikan kompeten pada bidangnya, Universitas Teknologi Informasi dan Sains pada Indonesia yang memiliki jurusan manajemen bisnis dan pariwisata, Laboratorius dan Fakultas Kesehatan Ayurveda dengan Fakultas Ekonomi fakultas yang